Hello and welcome to the Max Not Binary. I'm Max. Today we are back with our 100k challenge here on Rhyme. No, on the fucking 100k challenge. Never mind. In oxygen not included. I am half asleep. Hello Neo. It is lovely to see you today. I hope you are well. Yeah. Let's play some oxygen not included. We might starve. No, it's the afternoon, but my sleep schedule is a disaster area, largely. And I, don't get up till the afternoon to stream to you guys, and I didn't go to sleep until, it was about 6 a.m, maybe my time. So, I mean, I don't necessarily sleep longer than other people, I just have a terrible sleep schedule. And partner being away always makes that worse. So, yeah, usual stuff in my life, to be fair. And I'm just shattered. So that's fine. We'll carry on. We'll be alright. We're not actually... Life of Steel can't really be starving, because we have loads of food. Well, by our standards, we have loads of food. So I guess they just need to get to said food. Everybody has hypothermia. Huh. I have some questions. Game. No, it looks like I still don't have the... Why has everyone suddenly got hypothermia? What were they doing? I don't know. It's a bit weird. The game did decide that a bunch of the mods were broken again today, which suggests there's been some sort of minor update gone on. Maybe it's a minor update that ensures everyone has hypothermia all the time? Who can say? So the only person that we're going to give any skill points to it anywhere near soon is Life of Steel. He'll get some extra training to be a bit quicker. But otherwise, we're not going to do that. I mean, I hope they're all going to get over this hypothermia. I mean, it is moderately. Maybe they've been digging in some... No, there isn't even a lot of water for them to dig in or anything like that. Don't know. Slightly weird behaviour by the game then. Oh, Grind this game had the same experience, Spoonwood. That might just be a thing then, that when you load it up they all get hypothermia again. Also, welcome in today. I hope you're well. Right, duplicants. A thing I would really like you to do is sweep all of the stuff that is here out the way. I am perfectly well. Normally sneezy, normally tired, otherwise everything is fine. So we have got some random critters that live down here. Let's close some of these. We can have a look, not at the critter eggs, but at our wild critters. So we've got some hatches and some Drecko that live in here. There's also some eggs. So theoretically, we've got a little bit of extra food on the agenda so that we're trying to actually increase this population so that I don't have to keep murdering them to keep us alive. We are obviously generating a little bit more heat than we used to because we are getting these puddles of carbon dioxide that aren't necessarily going away. So we'll have to see about that, but that's, we can do some mopping and such like. How are we doing with the sinks? 2 of the sinks are currently broken, but that's okay. We'll keep an eye on that. I don't want to have to fix them all the time, but equally we will fix them as and when required. Now the problem with us dropping ice in here all the time. What have I got these set on? Oh, these should accept new types, by the way. Let's put you to all. You can still have critter eggs here. If they hatch here, that's fine. But we'll probably turn that off, and we'll turn off liquefiable ice, because we have a separate place for that. We'll probably turn off polluted ice as well, because we are going to have a place for that too. Also snow. Right, let's have a look at these. This one. Did I just set this one? Which one did I just set? Probably this one. Right, let's copy those settings. Hello, Paps for Jale. What challenge are you going to? This is a challenge map. So this is a mod called the 100k challenge. And it's called the 100k challenge because the temperature is in general around 100k. That's 100 Kelvin, which is minus 173 Fahrenheit. No, Celsius. The other one, the useful one. And our challenge is, our goals are to build a great monument, to launch 2 petroleum rockets, and to keep Dreckos and Slicksters successfully, because they require more heat. So that is where we are at with this. I thought I saw some Hexlant on that map. I didn't. So yes, that's our challenge here. I mean, part of that challenge is obviously just to survive. It has been, to be fair, it's been okay, but it's mostly been okay because we got really lucky. So obviously here's the pod, but we found a cool steam vent here and one here. They were both active, so we were able to get water. They've now gone dormant, but you know, we were able to get water. We've got this lovely stash of water here. We also, what's the other? Oh yeah, we've also found 2 polluted water vents just near us. So there is a slight suggestion that I have accidentally played the map on easy mode, and entirely accidentally, because none of us, we didn't choose the map. We just spun until I could get geoactive and metal rich because I wanted them, and that was what we went with. So yeah, we've lucked out quite a lot. We also got some shovels out the pod quite early. We got some shovel eggs out the pod pretty early, which also suffocating. Neo. Oh man, Neo, what have you done? How have you done that? You are in trouble, Neo. This map has an option to play without any geysers, vents, or volcanoes. I just think that's silly mode. That's not hard mode so much as it's just silly mode. Kaylee. Kaylee is here. You coming to or from, Kaylee? You're coming up. Right. No. Kaylee. I want you... Yeah, you can do some digging here, but Neo, I'd like you to deconstruct those 2 tiles. Oh, that might make you jump up there, which won't be ideal. Okay. Neo, dig that out. And these 2. Right, let's cancel this. Because the only one I hang on, right. Hang about here. Let's cancel these ones and that one. Kaylee, good. Right. That's it, dig. Right, Neo. No, you need to do this one. Lovely. We should be alright, because Kaylee's going to do that. And then Neo, just come and have some actual oxygen somewhere. Yeah, none of that. Just go and have some actual oxygen. Well done, Neo. Excellent. Excellent. Right. Is there actually any more cracks up here? There are some cracks up here, so we should continue in exploring up here because there may be more food. I was starting to see a light. Well, fortunately, Neo, we have saved you. You are free from that. I am pleased to say. But yes, I don't quite know how you got yourself in that position, but we've got you out of it. I assume something fell down somewhere. It wasn't particularly clear what might have fallen down and trapped you, but all sorted, so we don't have to worry too much. Yeah, as I say, Spoonwood, I think the without geysers just sounds like, you know, ridiculous. However, certainly we got very lucky with our geysers, and I think it's completely reasonable to acknowledge that. Because yes, we did get pretty lucky. Can we get rid of all of this stuff in here? I don't want this stuff in here. Not that we are going to be able to kick this off for a while, because this is dormant for another 69.3 cycles. What we might try and do at some point is we might try and break either this cool slush, in fact probably this cool slush because it's closer. Might try and break it open and pipe the slush in here to have, yeah, this doesn't have great output at the best of times, so we might want to pipe the slush down here. Apparently we've earned some sort of colony achievement. Oh, it's cycle 100. Yes, turn of the century. We have reached cycle 100, which I think is not too bad. Life is still a bit complicated. We apparently have some meat. I don't know why we have meat again. These Dreckos still seem to be alive. There's some hatches in here, so don't know. But yeah, we're sort of doing okay, is how I'd put it. We're doing okay. There's quite a lot of stuff to dig in the oil biome. There's at least 3 Vensor geysers I can see down here. Plus we have to find the oil reservoirs. There's one here, and then we'll have to find some other ones. So yeah, there's plenty of stuff to be going along with. We're still working on boxing in the base. Obviously, if we can make oxygen, I mean, it's quite a long time till we're going to have the water to make oxygen. But when we can make this oxygen go, we're going to start warming the base reasonably successfully, because we're just going to pipe the oxygen in there. And that oxygen will be hot. I suspect I won't really even cool it. I might run it through this, just so that we can... we might run it down through here, just so that we can... more add the heat to the polluted water than draw the heat out of the oxygen. But as you can see, we've got an anti-entropy thermo nullifier here. So later on, when we actually need to create some cooling, we have it in easy supply. There is an excellent operator here, but I have an operator. We have Life of Steel. What we really need is a cook. And there is not a cook here. There is a perfectly reasonable rancher. There's a pretty good operator. But neither of those are cooks. It feels bad to pass up on both a rancher and a... I suppose they're not the best operator. I mean, they're a pretty good operator. I don't know, chat. Do you have any thoughts? Passing up on particularly Ari seems like not the best. But equally, we don't have loads of food. What do we need the most right now? We need food. I mean, we don't need any of these things right now. We need a cook. That's what we need right now. I mean, okay, so here's a radical thing that we could do. No, I don't want to do it, but Life of Steel does like to cook. Life of Steel likes to cook. We could give them cooking for free and they could do the cooking. So we could take Ari and have Life of Steel only do like mechatronics and cooking for a bit. And then we could take Ari to replace Life of Steel in terms of doing some digging and all of that sort of stuff. You've thought about it, never mind. It's what Emily was saying yesterday. I think we're going to do this. Right. Oh, I don't have enough skill points. How long until you get a skill point? A little while. But it would be free. Everyone except Life of Steel has a skill point. Do I want to take Ari? How much do I like this? Operating and supply is pretty great. Also, Ari has Diver's Lung, which is just a good bonus. I mean, we've got so much oxygen that, like, we've got so much water to make oxygen from that it's not really going to be a massive issue. But nonetheless, Diver's Lung is pretty good. I mean, we could also just take them and make them a cook to begin with. Build the skill scrubber and then sort people out in a minute. I just really want Ari. Right, we're taking Ari. Whether that turns out to be a good idea is a whole other matter, but we're going to give... What I'm going to do is I'm going to give Ari cooking right now. And, right, here... We're going to make barbecue forever. We'll also make frost buns forever if we happen to get into any of that sleet wheat grain. Because there is some sleet wheat knocking about the map. This is what I want. Come along here. Well, it doesn't really matter. We're going to have to replace this with actual metal. So, right. Oh, we have loads of lead. We could start doing things like replacing our grid with actual conductive wire and stuff. Right, Ari, you are going to begin by being a cook. And we're just going to make you cook. Don't do any of these other things. And we'll give you a schedule. Which unfortunately puts you to sleep. I think we don't have a bed for Ari. Because I can't count. Essentially. So we're going to have to deconstruct some of this stuff so we can give them a bed. But let's build these at a 6, please, so that this can once again be a bedroom. Actually, Kaylee, cancel the deconstruct. Just, there you go. That'll be fine. We'll just have an ice sculpture in the middle. Lovely. We're building the wire here. Do we have any meat currently? We don't have any meat currently, but you know. These are empty. Why are they empty? I mean, there's no actual reason for the sinks to be empty. Apparently we have quite a lot of water currently sitting in pipes, which isn't super ideal. It's quite warm though, so it'll be alright for a while. But we could potentially do with using some of that water up at some point. So yes, I particularly like that we've dug a ladder that goes from space to the neutronium. Because in a weird turn up for the books, there is nothing down here. Which is pretty weird. Sort of interesting, but also weird. Good. We need to clear all this stuff out here. Because we don't want rubbish off-gassing or melting in our electrolyzers. Oh, this is going to be a moderate problem with the carbon dioxide. Well, once we seal it up, it'll heat the carbon dioxide and then we can pump it out. So that's also not a massive problem. The hatches are a bit cramped, but as I recall, they're only cramped at night when the hatches come out of their little burrow. And all the rest of the time, they're fine. Which is how you can, if anyone's interested, you can use a diggable tile in your hatch ranches to choose how many hatches you can keep in them. Because when they're burrowed, they don't overcrowd. And since they burrow all day, if left to their own devices, they'll only be overcrowded for the two cycle blocks, the two blocks of the cycle that are designated as night. So, I've never done it, so I don't know how it would work, but it is a thing you can do. Hey, Ari. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on this food. Good, we're still getting on over here. It's slow, and we're quite a long way from oxygen at this point, but it is still a thing. But yeah, we want to dig out all these cracks and check what we can find. Because it might be muckroot. And that's essentially what we want. To tide us over for as long as possible. There we go. That'll be fine. Right, so they can do that sometime when they've got a minute. It's not necessarily super important that they do it this second, but we can also put the priority up if we really need them to dig up those gaps ASAP. The other good thing is that the sandstone biomes that we dig up also have a bit of dirt, which we're using to feed our shovels. Now, my plan is to transition these over to starvation ranches. However, we would need to have, like, I don't know. I mean, for now, we don't need loads, but, like, for me to be comfortable with it, we'd need loads of critters. Food shortage, once again. That is disappointing. Is this a real food shortage, or is this one of the ones just because someone is in the box? No one appears to be in the box. I wonder if any of these hatches have laid eggs. One of these hatches is 71, so it will have laid an egg. So it can be handily murdered for some barbecue. So let's get on that. Hopefully someone will do it shortly. I can't really turn the priority on this up because I don't want to murder all the hatches. Let's have a look at the priorities. Does anyone have ranching? If you... Ooh, we could shear the Dreckos. That is not a terrible plan. Yes, we have ranches. We could shear the Dreckos. Kaylee, gonna make you our attacker. Come and attack. Thanks, Kaylee. What if? How big is it in here? It's already 99 tiles. And we need it to be the appropriate size for the shearing thing to work, does it? I think so. I think you just can't put them in random places. How big is this? This is a thing we could do. I mean, this isn't big enough. But, how are there 8 critters in this miscellaneous room? Oh, it's the Pacu. That's how. Oh, and it's got... If we put a door on here, we could put the, what's it in here? Station. The shearing station. And we could just bring the Dreckos up, shear them, and then put them back in here so they'll warm. And that might be an idea of a useful thing to do, because then we can have some actual, well, we have stopped them being cramped now, even in the nighttime, by murdering that one. Ari, you making some barbecue? No. Where's the meat? Did you just eat the meat? Oh, I need to tell them they can't eat meat. Damn it. Schedule. Consumables. Right, we have a cook, so no more just eating the meat, you what names. What is broken? 4 insulated pipes. Oh, one of the toilets is broken. That is not acceptable. Let me deconstruct this. While that is broken, we'll actually deconstruct the whole lot. Oh, hang on. I don't seem to be just deconstructing the toilet. That makes a nice change. Oh, Ari, look at you. You're so new and slow. Speaking of deconstructing, this can get deconstructed sometimes. It doesn't really do anything. Oh, they're doing quite well at sweeping this out, though, so that's good. Kaylee, no, you're just going to the bathroom. Here's me hoping that you're going to deconstruct some stuff. Ah, look, Life of Steel is here to deconstruct some stuff. Thank you, Life of Steel. Let's rebuild the stuff briefly. Why? Why? What? No, not granite. Good grief. Good grief. Why would I want to build them out of granite? We'll, yeah, do some stuff. Might try and do that for a minute. And then we'll reconnect this. Just while, you know, we can. Since we're rebuilding them. As I say, I've largely given up fixing the sinks and the water sieve over and over and over. But during this particular moment where we were fixing stuff anyway because one of the toilets was broken, no, you're going to immediately... No, stabilised for a minute. There we go. We'll actually get a little bit of recycled water. Ah, yeah, no, that doesn't work. Right, let's connect these. There you go, recycled water. So, yeah, we'll use the recycled water until it breaks again. Because why not? Right, food shortage. We do have quite a food shortage. Might need to murder one of these shovels. The shovels are doing quite well. We are encouraging them. How old are you? You're 12. How about you? You're 8. Stay still, shovels. 12, 20, 6, 8. So you're the eldest. What is your reproduction on, everyone? Right. We might see if we can... No, we probably can't. We might see if we can hold off on murdering this one until such time as it drops another egg. But that's going to be a few cycles, and we might not have time for that. So we'll have to keep an eye on it. They eat so much, though. Look at this nonsense. They just eat so much. That, like, people can't keep up with filling this. It's not that we don't have dirt. If we look at cultivatable soil... We still have dirt. It's just that the shovels eat so much of it. If you use a valve setup, that is true, but I'm not sure that will work on the toilets. And that's only true if it, yeah, I am Ramir. I don't think toilets will sort that out because it will take too long for them to fill and all of that, and I'd need like 80 million valves. If you use bridges, you could pump water into the toilets and sinks, and then have the water pump past them. Ah, that is an idea. That is an idea. I haven't done it. Fair enough. But that is an idea that we can think about. How are we doing? So we have 5 shovels. No volpups? Like, I've literally got some volpups here. Oh, this is wild. We've got 4 shovels and 3 volpups. It would be more heating also, since the water would flow around the area. We might give it a go in a minute. I'm currently closely monitoring our food situation. Prophet now has unreachable food. Can we mop this? We seem to have slightly too much liquid carbon dioxide knocking around here for my liking. But I am still trying to see how far we can get before we murder one of these. Oh, they've built this stuff, so when we have a bit more time, we can do the Drecko stuff. Are you the old one? You're not the old one. Which is the old one? 12, 9, you? Oh, I need to find that mod where you can name your critters. Why are you moving the Dreckos to shear them? Because I think that the shearing station has to be in a stable, right? Otherwise it doesn't work. And this is too big to be a stable. Am I wrong about that? Does it not have to be in a stable? People haven't starved yet, which is nice. I do think it has to be in a stable. Yeah, so that I thought that was the case, which is why I'm moving it. Oh, yeah, don't leave the dirt there. Excellent, well done. We're managing to not starve for a little bit. Ooh, we've also got some calories. How have we got meat? What died? A hatch? Did a hatch die? No. There's 2 buried hatches. Oh, there was probably a hatch over here. We probably freed... Yeah, look, we freed a hatch. And now it's dead. Well, that's alright. There's another hatch here. Can we wrangle this one? We might try and wrangle this one and put it in our hatch storage. But the other one's dead. So we've got some meat. So here comes Ari. That's it, Ari. Well done. Don't drop it down the ladder, though, yeah? Just so we're clear. I don't want you dropping it into the oil biome. That will be annoying. We're going to watch Ari closely as they bring this meat. I mean, there's going to be oxygen soon, so they'll be fine. Plenty of oxygen. Oh, you're so slow. Where did they drop it? They dropped it down the thing, didn't they? Is it here? I don't know. Maybe it's just not showing on their animation anymore? No, he's dropped it. He's dropped it. Ari! Principles. Oh my god! Look at this rancher. The game is trolling me. Look at this rancher. It's a quick learning night owl rancher. I can't take it. I can't take it. I remember reading someone on Reddit saying that this map was easier than Rime and thinking, no, you just found it easier because you were more experienced in dealing with problems from the game, better skilled when you played it than when you played Rime. Yeah, this map is definitely not easier than Rime. Rime is pretty easy. This is hard, but doable. But again, we got lucky. Oh, I want to take Devon. No, I can't. I can't get to 8 duplicates without a cook. I refuse to allow it. It looks like somebody cooked some barbecue. He's so good. Devon. I'm so sorry, Devon. We're going to take some aluminium ore. Yeah, there we go. Because we cannot, under any circumstances, get to 8 duplicates without a proper cook. And Ari doesn't count. What are you up to now, Ari? Oh, you're going to fetch some muckroot. Fair enough. Where are you going with that? Just put it in the grill. Let's put the grill to a 7. There we go. Just put it on the grill. Cheers. At some point, Ari will get back and may actually cook it. Who knows when that will be. Poor Ari. All small and rubbish. This is all carbon dioxide, I think, which is alright, because that will just solidify. But we do want to take these ladders out of here. I mean, I suppose I don't really need to, but we do want to. And we've still got ages before we actually need to kick this off, so it's fine. What are we building this one out of? Igneous. How many maps have you played where you've seen this much of the map this early? Probably none. It's, well, I mean, sometimes on Terra, your slime biomes and stuff like that are so massive that you can see this much of the map. But you can't go into the, you can't go into the oil biome this early, really. On Terra. Because it's hot and you need suits. And even if you've got oxygen up and running, I mean, sometimes we have oxygen up and running before cycle 100. But even if you've got that, then you have to make the suits and you have to sort all that out. So we certainly wouldn't see this much of the oil biome. So yes, I do think that's a lot. But I think I was saying yesterday or the day before maybe that I really, really like that because it's cold, we can just go barreling through everything. You know, when there's something I want to go to, I'm just like, oh, well, we'll just dig through here. I really enjoy that about this map. There's loads of things on this map that I really like, actually. Ari, did we cook any barbecue? You love that about this map. Yes, I've really enjoyed it too. That is, the fact that we can just, all right, this is damaged again. That's fine. But what we're going to do then is we're going to deconstruct that one there and put the water back in this side for a bit. And we'll fix it again. We'll fix them again for a bit when some toilets break. Because toilets are the things that matter. Did we eat some barbecue? Oh, we do have some leftover barbecue. So I guess somebody did eat barbecue. Cool. Emily, did you just eat some barbecue, then drop it on the floor, then pick it up so you could eat more barbecue? Because, like, I have questions. Oh, did we rescue that hatch? I won't do it everywhere. Like, I won't release hydrogen pockets early. Yeah, I've mostly... What you can see is that I've mostly skimmed the hydrogen. I mean, some places I've just been like, whatever. So, if we look at the gas map, you can see that we've got some up here. But one of our advantages now is that because we've dug all the way up here, we can just shove everything up the top. Oh, you haven't really broken into the ice biomes. I haven't broken into them very much. But that's only really because I haven't, rather than that I wouldn't. As I say, we have so many water vents that we don't need the ice. It doesn't matter. It's not like we need it for cooling, and we don't desperately need it for water, so... whatever. So we've got Neo is starving and we don't have any food left. So where was that shovel? Not you. We've got another adult shovel. This one. You never got to lay your egg, but you are going to get murdered for barbecue anyway. I'm afraid. How old are the Pacu? Old enough that they've laid tropical fry eggs, as we suggested they would. Now they've still got like nearly 9 cycles of life left, so they're going to be around for a little while. Oh, but they have laid eggs. Hang on there. They have laid eggs. No, they don't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They've all laid an egg. Lovely. Right. Which means they can all go by Pacu. Kaylee's going to be particularly upset because they're going to have to bounce about in here murdering Pacus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right. Let's murder Pacus. I mean, Kaylee should do it at some point. Is Kaylee sleeping? No. It's just a cycle or two. Yeah, it's not the end of the world. It is not the end of the world. Right, consumables. I take it we don't actually know about Pacu fillet yet, so I can't tell them not to eat them. What was the other thing I wanted to check? I wanted to check we put Ari on a schedule. We did. Oh, now Kaylee's going to bed. That's why Kaylee wasn't attacking things. Because Kaylee is about to go to bed. But that's okay. So, I would like to... Drecko, right, you're okay. You're still alive. I'd like to wrangle these Drecko. We are going to turn... Dreckos off there. Oh, there's only Drecklets in there anyway. And put Dreckos up here. She could negotiate for extra downtime as a benefit. She could do. She could do. Well done, Kaylee. Right, we need to go to consumables. No Pacu fillets for anyone. Cooked fish for everyone. Why is there meat? One of these died. Did I kill one accidentally? I guess so. Maybe they starved? No, they're not starving. I don't know. I thought I turned all the combat off them, but maybe I failed to do that. But yes, we are now gonna make a whole bunch of cooked fish and also some barbecue. So that should keep us going for quite a while. Lovely. You wrangling these up? Yep. And then we're going to set this up to like be an 8 as well, because I want them to get shorn nice and quickly. So we can put them back in here, because otherwise they're going to freeze. Are you allowing of the consumption of meat and fish? No. We have sorted that one out. Now we have Harry. We have sorted that out. Lovely. Come on, Drecko. Come and get shorn. We can have some reed fibre. Nobody's starving. Neo, sort yourself out. Right, we're going to wrangle. No, we'll wait until they're all done, will we? Oh, well, we can just turn this off. We don't need this right now. We can turn this back on for Dreckos. Wrangle you. We can also wrangle this one. And when Prophet has shorn this one, we can wrangle the third one. Come on, get in the machine, you. Well done. Lovely, that's it. And now I'd like to put them back down there because it's cold up here and they'll die. So ideally, we'd like to move them back down. Oh, well, I mean, how many? There are 9 critters in here, so it's coming along. It's not coming along super well, but we're getting there. Barbecue, cooked fish, excellent. Okay. Right, let's do some sweeping in here. Cancel that sweeping, we don't care about it. And sweep this too. Now we're going to think about power wires in here. What buildings are broken? Oh, some insulated pipes. No, that's fine. Don't care. We would like to build a liquid pump down here. Now, we're going to have to put... I think we'll put the... we'll just put the water sieve on top. We might have some trickiness with temperature, but I mean, it should draw water reasonably quickly. I mean, we might just have to try oxygenating like the whole map. There's a lot of polluted oxygen, which I'd sort of like to deal with in some way. I mean, the most important thing is that it's not in the base, but equally, I'm just not a big fan of polluted oxygen. Who's starving? No, Kaylee, you're not really starving. You'll be fine. Worry not. Let's have a look at their... Yeah, look, the ones who have eaten. Good meal. Good meal. Great meal. Apparently Danish might have shriveled taste buds. So, yes. This will push up everyone's morale as well, which will be good. Because we have got a little bit of stress knocking around. There you go. Kaylee's got something barbecue-like to eat. We'll make Kaylee happy as well. Excellent. Well done, Ari. You're doing a very good job there. So we are going to set up a little thing for this. this is gonna pump up here into that side, and then from this side I'm just gonna have it come straight down and in. That's fine. Those are okay. No research. What's liquid pump is entombed? Oh, this one. Oh, this is turning to ice down there. That's not necessarily ideal. It's getting colder in here. We might lose our critters. But we've got 15.9 cycles until that comes back, so we might get lucky. Dylan Twens wins in the tour. Hogakar takes yellow jersey with ease and flair. I've only been playing very sketch attention to the tour this year. I mean, it hasn't exactly been mired in good news, Dr. Trophonius, considering, you know, we keep knocking people over and all of that sort of stuff. Right. You there, I'm going to want you to power this. And this. And also these. Thank you. Right. What have I built that out of? Copper. Lovely. Cancel. Cancel. Don't do any of that. Let's try again, and we'll build those out of gold. Not that it really matters, but it matters to me. Twens is Belgian, by the way. Second Belgian victory this year. Fair enough. Don't you have quite a strong cycling, professional cycling sort of, not necessarily team, but tradition, I would say, in Belgium? I feel like I have heard of plenty of, you know, famous Belgian cyclists. Okay, that's the power for that. We need to deconstruct this one. Yeah, this one. This one. So that we can put in a joint plate, and we're going to put some heavy watt wire. Lovely. Danish, why are you still so stressed out? Have you still not... Why are you so stressed out? You ate something pretty amazing as well. What's wrong with you? Nothing, apparently. Football and cycling are two sports that matter here. We're second only to the French in total historical tour wins. Though it's been 35 years. What, until this year? Or that you won the whole tour, or the stages? Obviously not you personally, Dr. Trophonius. Although I'd be very impressed if you managed to have anything regarding a sensible conversation if you'd spent the afternoon riding in the tour. It seems very much the equivalent to just, you know, punishment to me. That sort of cycling. Right, let's put a joint plate in so we can put this. Fun fact, the last Belgian tour winner, Lucien van Impe, was from my town. Ah. There we go. So power's all set up on this. We can also set up the automation, because that will be pretty easy to set up. We'll have to set up... Oh, that's in the wrong place. We'll have to set up the pipes as well, but we've got a little while before we need to worry about that. Cool. Okay, so we're not currently starving. We've got some cooked fish, we've got some barbecue, we've got shovels. Yeah. We might lose our critters down here, but if we lose them, at least we've shorn these Dreckos. And, stuff. Oh, it's a cook. No, it's a bottomless stomach. It's another cook. It's flatulent. It's also a fantastic running around dupe, who would also be a fantastic astronaut. We're going to take the gold amalgam. Not taking another dupe until I can take a proper cook. Under no circumstances, I'm not allowing it. Proper cook before we take anything else. Where are you lot all going? What are you going to fetch? Ah, turds, yes. The endless problem of trying to feed the shovels. We also have a cycling winter season, the cyclocross, off-road affair ploughing through a Flemish field. Few other countries ever compete. So this is like 6.6 tons. And these are going to empty that in like 0 time. We do have a mechatronics engineer now. So something we can do is we can save profit this job. By means of building a little auto sweeper here. Do I want to build it here? I might want to build it here. So that we can later on build another one there. Where would we put the we could put a thing there. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to build it this side because we're going to want to later on make this a starvation ranch. What have I built that out of? Lead? Oh, whatever. Everything's getting built of lead. We're not making proper metal. Why would we bother? But yeah, feeding the shovels is pretty much a full-time job, unfortunately. Three sinks are broken. This might be time to fix the water again. The problem we've got here is that this is all backed up. So because we can't empty this into here, this water is getting colder in the pipe, which might mean that we want to create a way to run it back. Which we could do. We could put like a bridge here and then say, right, if you can't get through there, come along here and back down into this. Ooh. I've got an idea. It's a bit of a weird idea. Cancel. But you know how that will make a cooler water pool? Absolutely. You remember how like this is too cold right now and we might lose our critters? We could pour it back into here instead. A reservoir sounds better. You're no fun, Spoonwood. I have to say, you're no fun at all. You're probably right, but you're no fun. That other spot might work. No, you're probably right that actually a reservoir is the best idea. Boring, but right. It's the story of my life. Right, so we could come out here and just put some reservoirs down here. Let's build some reservoirs. It could freeze in that other spot without insulated tiles. It might do, absolutely. Will you do that? Because that's... maybe. We'll see whether it will do that nice and merrily. It might not want to. Try and build that for me, duplicants, and see how you feel about it. Let's deconstruct some of these pipes as well. On the piping. This is a deconstructed 6. I care about this happening. There we go. What are all my duplicants doing? Are they still all just feeding the shovels endlessly? Where are you, duplicants? What are you doing? Oh, they might be down here getting lead. No? I don't know where they are. Who can say where the duplicants in fact are? No, they're still running about trying to get dirt for the shovels. Food shortage. Yeah, a little bit. Oh, did it? What? Oh, I see. No, that's fine then. Oh, we deconstructed these. That's good. Right, I'd like to build these back at a 6, especially because currently all of the sinks are broken. I see you, Life of Steel. Taking the opportunity to walk out of here without washing your hands. Duplicants. They just love to not wash their hands. If there's any opportunity for not washing their hands, they're going to be on it. Right. Oh. They are just going to eat through all this dirt. Well, if they eat through all the dirt, then they're becoming starvation ranched, whether it's enough shovels or not, I'm afraid. But yes, the reason we're not taking any eggs out of here is because I am trying to spin them up to feed us in a starvation ranch, so we don't have to feed them anymore. Okay. We can set that. Okay. How are we getting on in here? We're building some power wires. Lovely, lovely. That is very good to see. Oops. What oops? You're just pumping water from the pool into the reservoir. Is that what you want? I have a hydro sensor, which will leave a thermal mass in here. So I think I'm fine with it. Is the answer to that. Because we can always then run it out of the reservoirs. And we will only pump so much out of there. I mean, it's not the perfect solution, but I was aware that that was going to happen. Right, let's also, because we can, build the back wall of this. Oh, that didn't really need to be a 6. Let's cancel that and set our building to a more sensible building priority. 5. There we go. Lovely. It's a bit cold in my house. I mean, obviously I have a sleeveless top on, but you know, I believe on the 3rd of July it should be warm enough in my house that I can wear a sleeveless top, but I don't know. It says it's 20 degrees C outside today. It feels colder than it has more recently. I'm not sure I believe this. What's up with you, Life of Steel? It's cold. Well, I mean, that's fair. It is cold. That is a reasonable complaint for you to have. Did you ever build... Oh, Life of Steel did build this. So there you go. So we have saved the duplicants a job, because now the thing fills the feeder for us. It'll also deal with... Oh, it should deal with. Why aren't you putting that dirt in there? One assumes that a duplicant has decided that it's really important to do it. Yeah, probably. That's fine. Duplicants. Whatever. Alright, we're nearly out of calories again. How are our little critters doing? They're still alive. This is quite a tense little bit, actually, as we try and get them to work through this. No, obviously that's already broken again. Jesus. Right. You should be about to... In fact, we might put you up to like 950. Yeah, there we go. And we might stop pumping. So we'll keep all that mass there. What is this colony achievement? Hatch a new critter morph. Ah, do we have tropical pacu fry? We do. Tropical pacu fry have begun. Right then. What do I actually want to do? Apart from attempt to survive, which is still a thing. Might have to murder another shovel. How are we doing, voles? Critters 10. So we've got one more critter again. I'd like to gain a few more before we have to murder one of you as a preference. What do we actually want to do now? We've got our box. It's reasonable. I mean, we've got some gaps in it, but we're not very bothered about that. Let's expand that over to here. We'll seal in the sides a bit. Just here. Just to keep it a bit more insulated. We have oxygen in progress. We need to set up some pipes, gas pipes. Oh, there's some automation I need to do up there as well. Automation. Wire. Right. That's it. We need to automate these hydrogen generators. Thank you. So there's a bit more stuff to do here, but not loads. And then the question is, what are we doing? What are we doing after that? Now you see, that is unacceptable. How is it possibly got warm enough that we've got liquid carbon dioxide in here? Because that isn't on. What I would like to do is I'd like to build a bottle emptier. Clear oil biome? Potentially profit. That certainly, I mean, you know me well enough to know that it's high on my list of things I would like to do. Whether it's the thing we should be doing might be another question. But it's certainly high on the list of things that I would like to do. One of the other things I'd like to do is actually set up a sweeper down here and build a great big rail to wherever we're actually going to put infinite storage. Which I think I'll use later on. I think I'm going to use one of these cool steam vents. There's no magma biome. I know, look, it just goes down to the bottom. Isn't that funny? I thought there would either be a magma biome or there would be a frozen core, and I'm like, well, it's probably going to be a frozen core considering the theme, and I've never seen a frozen core, so that should be interesting. And then I got down here and it's like, nope, nope, just nothing. Right, we're going to put Life of Steel into grilling. It's nice though, yeah, it's really clean. I like it. And we're going to let Ari here start on their journey to be an actual mechatronics engineer. There are oil reservoirs, yes. Let's give Ari a mechatronics hat. There we go. So, magma channels even don't spawn magma. My recollection is you get an... Oh, right, because I had magma channels on the one I did for my test, but obviously I only played for like 5 cycles, Spoonwood. So I didn't get far enough to see what the magma channels looked like. And then I didn't take them in this because I thought they would be kind of cheaty. But I like that it's dealt with. Yeah, look, we've got, here's an oil reservoir. Profit. There are oil reservoirs, so we'll get to use them. Obviously you still have the, it wouldn't have been cheaty. Well, I mean, apparently we managed to accidentally choose the cheaty map anyway, where I have everything I need really nearby, but that was completely... I wanted to do the proper challenge. As I say, we got easy mode slightly accidentally, but that was slightly accidentally. We are still starving half the time, so I mean, there's still that. As ever. When do we not starve? Still only got 10 critters. Who is about to have another spawn? You're about to spawn. You're only 10 though. Where's the old one? Is that the old one up there? No, there was an older one. Oh, I must have killed it accidentally. So now this is the oldest one, I think. But this is very far from having another egg. I want you to have more eggs before I murder you, if at all possible. Yeah, they already have unreachable food though, and I don't think I've got any more sandstone biomes to go and demolish for them. Let's have a look. Do I have any more sandstone that I can go demolish for them for food? This one hasn't got any cracks in it. We've explored all the cracks. Oh, there's one over here. Right, okay. Maybe kill a hatch instead, potentially. We might do that, Dr. Trophonius. But the other thing we're also going to do is... we're going to come in here. So this is our 6 digging for now, thanks. Let's get in here. And then we'll have a look in here. Oh look, there's an actual bit of... Oh, there's one... Where's the other one? Oh no, it must have gone in that one. Yeah. I don't know... Oh no, IDR. What you did for food on Rime? Did you have some sort of insulated room where you grew mealwood or what? Or was that for your thimbleweed? My insulated room was for thimbleweed. I think we had hatches. Because on Rime, the hatches don't immediately die. Because it's not cold enough for them to die, so you can just keep them. So we did a similar thing where we went out bashing around the map merrily. But because there are loads of hatches, I mean there were on this as well, but on Rime they don't immediately die. You can actually ranch them more effectively. So yes, I would have done that here, like, but I couldn't, there wasn't a way to keep the hatches alive in a ranchable fashion. I mean, there still isn't. I couldn't put them in my base and ranch them because it's too cold. So we will just have to make do with shovels. We might kill a hatch instead for food. But first things first, we're gonna... Am I paused? Why am I paused? Oh, because I was hunting for this. But we found this now, so it's all good. Yeah, we might kill a hatch instead. None of them have had hatch babies though, so that's slightly disappointing. Six. Thank you. Come down here. Duplicants. So, we need to change the priorities. So, Life of Steel, you are now also a cook. I know it's weird, but you quite like it, so it was like free. Not that we've got anything to cook, but equally, you're a cook. And we'll see how that goes. You see, the liquid carbon dioxide... Oh, no, it's still fine. The liquid carbon dioxide is no more problem than the solid. When I've done this map type, I've rushed to the surface and wrangled shovels. Grind my gears, made a mostly insulated room, submerged a temperizer, and grew mealwood over the top of it. I've seen those, I have seen those setups done. Made a mess? Kaylee? Kaylee? What the hell? Kaylee? Well, I can fix that for you. Oh, we need to go this way. Sorry. Apparently I've got Adele in my head this morning. I don't know why that's happened. One can never say what is going on with the songs that are in my head on any given morning. I also found someone using space heaters to grow mealwood. I mean, mealwood does like to be quite cold, but like I also don't have the dirt now because I have to feed my shovels. So now we don't want anything else that uses dirt because, I mean, shovels are just better. So if we can keep feeding our shovels, that's going to be loads better. Yeah, more messes. That's okay. Printables. None of this is food, people. None of this is food. Why isn't it food? Yeah, I just mean to list strategies. Absolutely. No, I have seen the ones using a temperizer to grow mealwood, and that looks quite cool because that's quite a stable way to keep your temperature. Whereas I didn't find space heaters super good. I mean, they were handy on Rime just to get us some thimbleweed early. I think we'll just take some copper. Why not? But the temperizer one seems like a good way to produce really quite a stable temperature, which I like. Yeah, now we have shovels that we're feeding dirt. We can't really afford any other dirt strategies. Who made a mess? Where? Life of Steel? That's fine. Can we build this bridge, maybe? There you go. There we go. I mean, that's not 100% ideal, but it'll do. At least it'll mean they can use the toilets again. Oh no, hang on. They can't use the toilets again. Wait, wait. No, not a snapshot. There you go. I've fixed your toilets. Who made a mess and where? Ari? That's fine. There you go. Loose shovel? Where? How? How did you get up there, shovel? Did you get through the goddamn door? Come here. On a 9. Well spotted. Well spotted. Nine. These are both 9s. Get me that shovel. Prophet, where have you gone? It looks a bit confused by its freedom, to be fair. It looks a bit like, what? Why am I here? Prophet. Prophet. Oh, wrangle this at a 9, Prophet. Prophet. Well, I suppose I'll let you finish that. There we go. Get this shovel. We can't have them getting loose. The doors are a problem, to be fair. Tell you what we could do. If we built some obsidian tiles, I might obsidian over one of these doors. But obviously I need something behind it. They might still be able to escape, but it might help. It might give them less opportunity to spit through things and escape. Right, this I want to be set to liquid carbon dioxide. If we have any of that in bottles, just chuck it down into the oil biome. Thank you. Have we got any food over here? We've got in, so we probably, yes, we are digging up some muckroot. Which is what we like to see. Very well done, duplicants. Shovels. No, we might as well dig that up while we're here. We've already gone into this one, so that one's not a thing. Okay, right. So we're working on that. We are also going to work on this, but not as a priority. We can worry about this a bit later. Look at this massive oil biome that we can just attack. It is really exciting to have a massive oil biome that you can just, like, smash into. Oh, weird. Look, this caustic biome actually just spawned with no gases in it anyway. That's interesting. Unreachable food. Only one sink is broken. That is fine. Vaguely feeding these shovels. We appear to have got this one back in. This is up to 11. We're slowly getting there, right? We have some starvation. I mean, we could dig up this muckroot. I'm not very interested in the starvation when there's literally muckroot here that someone could be digging up. No, nobody's going to do it. Right, okay. What should we murder? These Dreckos, we quite like them to make new Dreckos. The pips still haven't hatched. The hatches are all too young to have a hatch spawn. We could maybe murder the youngest one. because then the other two have slightly more likelihood of reaching their maturity. Oh, we've got 3 starvations. Right, that's going to require a shovel. 3 starvations. There does seem to be less chlorine on this map. I agree. 3 starvations definitely requires a dead shovel. What is our oldest shovel? 20. What are you at? 37. We're going to murder the one that is furthest from having a egg, which is this one. So this one's only just matured, but that one is going to get killed. Attack at a 9, this one. So that will hopefully help us get more eggs. Kaylee, where are the others? Can someone attack stuff? What are you doing? Right. Priorities. Life of Steel. Life of Steel has already got other things they need to do. Prophet should attack things. There we go. Prophet's going to attack some stuff. Danish can do some attacking. And Emily can do some attacking. Get on it, people. Murder stuff. Well done, Danish. Right. Unpermitted food. Yes, but we have 2 cooks. So one of them should get on this relatively soon. It looks like Ari might be doing it. No, Ari's going to bed. Helpful. Helpful, Ari. How bad is this starvation? Ari's starving. Well, they deserve it. They're sleeping when they could be cooking. Danish is doing okay. Life of Steel. You're doing alright. You're doing alright. Where are you going, Life of Steel? Why aren't you going to cook? Oh, whatever. We'll let Ari do it when they wake up. Nobody is so close to starvation that I am fretting too much. Oh, now Life of Steel is going to cook. I wonder if we could distract Life of Steel from going to cook. Oh no, they're getting cook supplies, so that's fine. Yeah, we want to get this meat, because otherwise the bloody hatches will eat it. And that would be annoying. Stop stressing about a little bit of liquid carbon dioxide. It's hardly the end of the world, people. There we go. Now we're cooking. Yes, it definitely seems like these caustic biomes have are not as caustic as they might be. Even this one, like the chlorine is because we've got a chlorine vent in here. And look, this one's pretty solid as well. It's got some hydrogen. But there definitely seems to be less chlorine. Okay, we've also got some muckroot down here, so people can collect food for a bit. Cool. Alright. That's that sorted out for a bit. Let's encourage some digging down here. See, look how satisfying that is, to just be able to be like, la la la, I would like you to build all the way along here, like this. It's very satisfying. It pleases me a lot. Right, well, I mean, maybe someone at some point will do it. I mean, it should, when they haven't got things that I'm telling them to do as a 6, it should be, right, you there. Let's see if we can wrangle this one. And put it in our stash. Otherwise it'll die and we can eat it, but, you know. Also, if we could wrangle it for the stash, that would be handy. Prophet is coming to wrangle it. What's your temperature like, Hatch? No, you've still got quite a big, what's it? Before such a time as you will, freeze. So we might be able to get you back. It depends how quickly someone picks up the bringing you to the thing. Harry might... Have we got proximity on? Let's make sure we put proximity on now as well. Excellent. Then Ari... No. I was hoping that Ari might pick it up. But we could do with proximity on anyway. How are we doing down here? Yeah, we've still got... We've got 3 hatches down there. Ah, Dreckos have died. Yeah, the Dreckos got too cold. And they have given up. Does mean we've got a bunch of meat down here that we can eat. But, it's a good job we sheared them. Because, yeah. They're not having it no more. Oh, we saved this hatch, though. When are you coming back on? 10 cycles. The hatches might survive, they might not. We'll do our best. Okay, so now we've just got gas pipes to build in this. You're dormant. Let's open you up and see when you're going to be... Oh, okay. Right. Let's build a little ladder up here. Yeah. Then we can go and see when this will be active again. Wow, we're struggling so much to feed them. It's pretty funny. I'm going to turn these down so that the duplicants leave them alone a bit more and the sweeper does it a bit more. Just these ones, because obviously the duplicants will still come and feed, fill that. You don't want to feed the, you should want to feed those. Anyway, sweeper, whatever. Whatever. Now, dirt. Okay, so we're still doing alright for dirt. I know, Emily, there's a bit of liquid carbon dioxide knocking about the place. Let's try... Well, they have been storing the solid carbon dioxide at reasonable frequencies in here. There is quite a lot, though. We might also want, in the same way that we're pouring our liquid carbon dioxide down here, we might also just want a auto dispenser, say on the other side, to chuck the solid carbon dioxide down. Oh no, you don't need to do that. Good grief. Don't do that. Don't do that. I can't bear it. That's nonsense. Just so we can chuck all of the carbon dioxide out the way. Oh, you're still finishing off in here, are you? Is that what's happening? Fair enough. And that one, please. Right. That should free your labour up to go and do other things. Okay. What other things are those going to be? They're probably going to come down here and do stuff. Let's build that. Yeah, I think I'm happy just coming down there to do stuff for now. Worry about some of these other things. So there's also this. There you go, look, people are building this ladder. Just a point of interest. Dig that out. Might be muckroot. How are we doing? We've got food. There you go. It's pottering along. Right, I will be back in 1 second. Just going to have a very swift break, and I will be right back. Right then, we're back. Yeah, we don't really want to do anything here. We're going to at some point scrub Ari, so he doesn't have to keep that that interest in cooking. But for now, it's fine. What we might do is actually in Ari's priorities. Now that we have Life of Steel in this as well, we'll also give Ari the operator priorities. So that they can share the burden there. Oh, should we try and get to this? There's a geyser here that we could get to and investigate. Which is the better side to come in from? Probably this one. Frankly. You can come this way. Have a little dig up there. See what we can see in there. See if it's very interesting. Might also reveal a little bit of this bit of the map, which won't be a bad thing. Oh, they've started to do a little bit of digging down here, which is nice. Excellent. So we've got in here Emily. I would like you to come and analyse this. Let's get on it. Oh, they've found access to some more dirt. Oh, and a muckroot. It was a muckroot in there. Look at that. Spicy tofu. That'll be nice. Yes, we're definitely going to take this spicy tofu. The dupes actually aren't very good. This one's anemic. This one's a digger, but is unconstructive. And this one doesn't really do anything I care about. So we'll take the spicy tofu. Which will then, oh I see, briefly cease to exist while they move it into the thing, but that should help us keep our shovels alive for a little bit longer, which is all good. Still got hatches down here. They are going to have to stop burying themselves down here when we start pouring boiling water on them. They may also boil once this actually comes on, but we can but see. There's not necessarily a lot we can do about it. We can just do our best. You're not on. Yeah, you're still not on for a really long time. How are we doing here? Right, we're learning about that one. So we'll let Emily learn about that for a bit. I think we're going to want to use this cool steam vent to supplement this polluted water, because this polluted water is, this vent doesn't have a very strong average output. So we might well want to use this to supplement it anyway, not only just because it's dormant now, but also just because it's not loads of water. By geyser standards, it's not a very strong geyser. How are we getting on over here? We're doing some digging. It looks lovely. Fossil, lead. Maybe we should think about industry. What would thinking about industry look like? We'd probably want to put some in here. This would be quite small though. Maybe we could just make a little industrial block just here. Because, I mean, there's also this volcano, which is currently dormant, but when are you back? You're back quite soon. So we'd have nearby iron if we built the tamer on it. This isn't very wide though, but we could build a little industrial block like down here, and we could have nearby iron and nearby gas. And I mean, quite possibly also nearby petroleum, because we could put a petroleum boiler on this side. So I think that might not be a terrible plan. It's actually just to have a little thin one that sort of goes here that we can put stuff on. Now, we'd need to have a think about how we're going to set that up and things. But we can do that. We can do that. We also might need to do some research. We have loads of water. Let's potter on doing some of the research. I would like to learn about steam turbines. Let's learn about steam turbines to begin with. I mean, there's loads of things we're going to want to learn about, but we're definitely going to start with steam turbines. Cheers. But I'd like Emily to finish this first. Then she can learn about steam turbines. Only one sink broken. That will be fine. You actually... Why? Whatever. Whatever, you lot. Strange duplicants. Now, how are we going to pipe this gas out? I think I am going to want to build insulated pipes even inside. I don't really know whether I'm going to want to bleed the heat off anywhere, but I might do. Because I think I want to come down this way. And I think we want to come through here and then up here. Essentially. So we just skirt across the water here. So what would that look like? That would look like this. Say, is it worth, if we're coming here, it feels like it's probably worth bringing them across the anti-entropy thermonullifier anyway, if you see what I mean. Coming down far enough that they go across that, because it's right here, like it's literally only a tiny bit of extra digging. So like this, wow, I can't draw a straight line, but whatever. Man, what is going on? That is incorrect. Come here. Cancel all of this nonsense that I've just drawn. And this, and that. You, why, come down here. You would come down there. You would come down here and across. And then we do it like this, and then bring it up again. So we just have them cross the thermonullifier, then bring them back up into the water. And we just don't plug it in, right? So in terms of, but we don't need the cooling. We don't need the cooling. You're all completely right if you are there thinking, but we don't need the cooling. We might need the cooling at some stage. And if we have these here, when we need the cooling, we can just come down and replace these for radiance or something like that, you know? And I think having them go this way to begin with makes more sense than me having to rebuild. So there. Largely. That is my hot take. Or cold take, possibly. We probably want these to be... what? Am I building these out of... Right, so I think I'm going to do that. Essentially. So let's get on with that, because that's a thing that's important. However, I do not want them to be sandstone insulated pipes. I've never heard such a ridiculous idea. We are going to make these out of igneous. We're going to come across here. Nope, not that far. And across here. And across here. Up. Not that far. And then I am going to use a bit of granite in here. Bit of just regular piping. Not going to use radiant. I don't want to bleed off that much of the heat because we want to use the heat partly to warm the base. So we don't want to bleed off that much of the heat. But we will use some granite just to begin with. And then we're going to bring them up here, which is handily going to be that they come up into the corner of the base, which is actually quite nice if they come up just here into the corner of the base, because then we can work out where we run them all from there. So I think we'll allow it to be granite to there, say. We'll assume that we'll have some amount of warmth to there. Then we'll switch back to insulated to bring that heat up and into the base. Lovely. So that is my oxygen piping plan. Hello, Life of Steel. I mean, I'm not sure that's the most sensible way you could have begun building these pipes, but you do you, mate. You do you. Let's come down here. We are going to have to build some things like this to get in. This is a level. And we're probably going to have to build one like down there. This is a level. Just so we can get in and actually build these. We'll need to do... What will we need to dig out? We'll need to dig out like this. And like here. We should be able to build those, I think, if we do that. And maybe those two. Maybe these. We should be able to get to the rest. We'll probably dig out the nullifier. Cool. We'll let them carry on with that for a bit. Why is this sandstone? Oh, I hate my life. Right, I'm just going to let them build it and then I'm going to replace it with granite. Right, this is done. When are you coming back on? Pretty soon, actually. So, we would like to build it a little pool for it to pool in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Up here. Let's cancel that. We're going to build it a little pool up here for it to pool in. And just like that. That'll be fine. And then we are going to pump it from here into here. Yeah, I can't sensibly do it with gravity. We're going to need to pump it. It was worth a little look, but no, that's not going to work out very well. That would mean that we'd also like to chop out this, probably. And we're going to set this at a 6. This is now more important, because these are... Oh, this is a dig. Hang on. Well, that's fine. We can dig those out. But what I want to do is I want to prioritise these all at a 6. Because this is going to come back to life quite soon. And we'd like to get that going. Thank you. Right. Going to build some ladders around here. Including down there. Down here. Across there. That should be fine. You're probably going to get flooded, but we'll worry about that in a minute. Right. So we'll get the duplicants to do this. And this will actually help with this project anyway, because this will move more water into here. Which is a thing we're going to want. Come here, you. Thank you. Going to want that there. So, in terms of moving forward, we are gonna... So if we have industry here, little industry here, won't be very wide, but we'll have a little bit of industry here. It'll be quite tall. We'll have short, thin floors. Thin, tall, many floors. This is going to be that Tony Advanced Volcano Tamer that we used in the last one. This, I think, in the long term... I wonder if I can. I probably can't. Actually, no, I'm probably going to change my mind about that. I was thinking about making this into the super cold storage. I mean, not that we necessarily need super cold storage on this map, but we might. I like to think long term. I really enjoyed that as well, that super cold storage. But we might do that with this one then. I'm just thinking about where we're going to have drop off for stuff. And we might make this one just a Francis John one for water. This provides more water though. This provides quite a lot more water. So this would be a much better one to use for clean water than this one. Well, I'll have to have a think, because otherwise this one might be too close to this volcano for us to make it work. If we were to imagine a volcano tamer... Where's my blueprint? Not that one. Right, if we were to imagine a petroleum boiler, I mean, we could move it across, like we want to put it like here, but you can see that we're still really pushing into the room that we would have to do anything with this cool stream vent. But since we need to launch petroleum rockets, and we're going to have to use reservoirs anyway, the oil reservoirs anyway, a petroleum boiler might be an excellent way to do that. Excellent. The duplicants are coming along with doing this. We're going to do a similar thing to what we've done in this one, where we put some things here, because we're going to pump the water out of here on the whole. We're going to keep a bit, but on the whole we're going to pump water out of here. No, only one sink broken. That's fine. So again, we're going to use hydro sensors again. To we're not going to make them out of gold though. We're going to make them out of lead. I think I'm going to need a little bit more thermal mass in here. That much? Yeah, I think I'm going to leave 2 tiles. Excuse me. Chat, you didn't remind me. Hello, Okayim. Nobody reminded me about my my list for your names. Because I have one more duplicant. Where are you, Okayim? There you go. You are a mechatronics engineer. You're pretty good. You've got operating, researching and supplying. You've got diver's lung and a small bladder. You're currently doing cooking though, because we needed some cooking. I am going to skill scrub you though and get you out of cooking because you don't care about it. So, welcome into you today. Shame on the rest of chat for not remembering the thing I asked them to remember for me. Unacceptable. I hope you're having a good day today, Okayim. I wonder what I was counting there in the string of numbers that is above. I have no idea. Some random nonsense, I imagine. Food shortage again, and we still have some barbecue, but we appear to have eaten all our spicy tofu now. How are we doing down here? You still alive, Hatches? I only see 2 of you. Did we get an extra hatch at some point? No, there's 3 buried in that one, and 1 buried there. No, so all the hatches are still around. These pip eggs, well, they will incubate, they will hatch in the end. Got 6 cycles till that coming back on. I'm providing these with a bit more heat, possibly more heat than they're going to be happy with. We've got 2.8 cycles till this starts up. So let's build its output pipe, which is going to be... yeah, let's bring it down here. I'll put a thing there. Should we just put it through here? That might be easier. If we're doing that, hang on, oh god. If we are doing that, why don't we in fact just bring it down the back here? There we go. That's more like it. And we can jump it in there to have it output. Excellent. Hello, Life of Steel. Ugh. I hope you're well today. Your duplicant has learned to be a cook. Your duplicant actually likes cooking. So it was free, and we really needed a cook. So here you are, Life of Steel. You're now also a cook. You've generally been very upset that it's so cold. Thank you for the posture check, Life of Steel, and I hope you're having a lovely day today. We are doing some research because it's about time. What shall we learn about next? Let's learn about the desalinator. We might need the desalinator at some point. We're sort of building our oh, can we build these a bit quicker? I realised that, like, we planned those out first, but I'd like to build these things. Cheers. Thank you very much. Because none of these pipes are doing anything until such a time as we get this going. So we don't need to worry about that. Food shortage. We currently have 0 food. How many shovels do we have? 15. So that's good. We've definitely got some more shovels. Immediate food or Paku? I think we just want more Paku, to be honest. Paku are awesome. They have a short life cycle. They produce good eggshells for lime. They produce good food. I mean, cooked fish is equivalent to barbecue. So I think we're going to have the Pacu. But as we know, when we have Pacu, we need to quickly do this. I mean, Emily's trying to work Okayim. Stop socialising with her. Thank you, Life of Steel. Yeah, we're going to trap some people for a bit while we build this, but it'll be fine. We also want to deconstruct that one. Cheers. And then we want to duplicate. Choose a blueprint. Wow, this duplicant is like in real life me. Distracting people from work with socialising. Absolutely. Come on then, Pacu. Come and join your brethren in our water tank. Don't have any gulp fry, because our tank's a bit too hot for them to live in a weird turn up for the books. Thank you. Lovely. So now we can deconstruct these again. And that one. Yes, we would like them to rebuild these. My comment in this colony is praise the printing pod. The printing pod has been amazing in this colony, actually. Apart from its refusal to give me a decent cook. But certainly the early shovels were a big deal. Pacu are always amazing. So yeah. All in all, not too bad at all. I told you you'd been quite lucky, Spoonwood. But you know what people say, you make your own luck. So apparently it's just that I'm amazing. Or something. Actually, that can just be set to 0. So I want to keep a couple of lines of... Like, even if your duplicants didn't eat fish, the line from Pacu eggs seems like worth it to do something like that. Absolutely. Pacu are pretty good. On any map where they actually exist, I aggressively keep them alive. Like, when I find the wild ones around the place, I steal all their eggs, I put them in my pool, you know. I work quite hard to ensure that we get to keep our Pacu, because they're pretty good. They do loads of things that you would want. I would really like someone to deconstruct this, but they're not very invested in it, so I guess that's okay. It is warming up a bit in the base, as you can see. We might want to do a big... Well, we'll wait. Just before we get the this actually up and running, we are going to do a big solid carbon dioxide sweep and chuck them all out the way. As much as we can. So yeah, I think I'll actually put one here. So we can drop all the carbon dioxide down the bottom. How are we going on here? Still got some odds and bits to build. This needs to get deconstructed, I'm afraid. You need to go. Nobody has put any what's-its in you. Let's see if we can convince them to do that. So we've got, how much reed fibre have we actually got? We've got 6. Which will make us what? 2 suits? 3 suits, I think. It's not too bad. Life of Steel has some unreachable food, so we might need to do some more murdering shortly. But we'll keep an eye on that. 5. This one's still quite a long way, but that was on for a long time after the other one went off. This will be on quite soon. There are some, we could, if you just dig through like these two, you'd also have to dig through this one. But if you do that, there's some sleet wheat grain here that you could make into, oh no, there's only 2, so it might not be enough. But we might have some left over from somewhere. We might be able to make some frost buns. They should be able to get down there. We'll see if they do. I think I set them up to make frost buns, so. There we go, look. Here's Okayim. Let's pick out some sleet wheat. Oh, this is all turned to ice. That's disappointing. I guess we'll have to wait for this to come back. Or for us to be able to move stuff from that one. But I mean, it'll be waiting there. And we've got this for... Oh, we've got this set on sweep only. That's fine though. We'll sweep reduced ice into it. Oh, there's another sleet wheat grain there. There we go. That should make us a little bit of food. Excellent. Apparently, cold biomes are a place to just break into for food on this map, because you get the odd bit of sleet wheat to make yourself a little bit of extra food. Like, I hadn't really considered it, but it does seem to be the case. Yeah, they need to build all of this. They're going to be at this a little while, but they're getting along. Well done, duplicants. You are, in general, getting along there. Yeah. It's minus 81.5. I don't think that's going to successfully grow us any thimblereeds. Maybe we can, when we can get some oxygen into the base to start heating the place up. But not right now, eh? So... Oh, well, we'll just let them finish this. Once they've built these ones, we'll also have to build the hydrogen ones. One of the things we're going to want to set up is a way for the hydrogen to access the entry point of the thermonullifier, which is here. Which will probably mean we put some bridges in, like, here to these, so it's not on the actual thermonullifier. That's just waiting for this to kick off in 0.7 cycles. Oh, shovel in the door. Let's see if we can fetch it. I look forward to not having to feed them anymore. Starvation. Right. One of you probably needs to wind up dead then. Let's have a little look. Shovel. 29. 19. 38. This one. This one's getting murdered. Thank you, Emily. Profit. You need to wrangle this one out the door. Cheers. Thank you, Prophet. We can put shovel. Yeah, we can put full pups there as well. That's excellent. Thank you, Emily. Oh, you haven't got any research to do. Let's give you some more research to do. I would like you to research... God knows. Whatever. What have we got up here? We don't care about these particularly yet. Might want glass for something. I do have to build a great monument, so at some point I'm going to need glass. Frankly. So you've built all of this of sandstone, and I didn't really want you to. I wanted you to build it of granite. Granite. Oh, that's where it is. Okay, cool. So, if we could change our minds about what all of this is, that would be lovely. Cheers. Right. I love this game, but I've never gotten all that far. I've heard conflicting opinions about animal herding. Do you like doing it? I love the critters at Melody Pond. I think they're great. They are useful not only for food, but loads of other things. I would say that if you haven't got very far, the easiest critters for you to ranch are the hatches. I'm playing a very specific map where it's super cold currently, so I can't ranch the hatches because they freeze to death. However, if you're playing a normal map, you're not going to have that problem. One of the good things about ranching hatches is that actually, apart from this ridiculous map, they have a really big temperature range, so you don't have to worry about like overheating your base and stuff like that, which is quite easy to do on most maps. How? We have meat. Is no one doing the cooking? Oh, there we go. We are doing the cooking. That'll be fine then. So yes, I would definitely recommend ranching hatches. They're pretty easy to ranch. You can feed them on rocks, which, you know, you should have plenty of. If you don't have plenty, do more digging. And they produce coal, which will give you power. So, you know. And meat, which you can feed your duplicants. Barbecue also gives quite a decent morale buff. So if we look at... Has anyone actually eaten any barbecue recently? No. No, they haven't. There we go. They don't give this good of a morale buff. The Danish nerd here has shriveled taste buds. But for a regular duplicant, eating barbecue will give +8 morale. Which is really worthwhile. Keeps them happy, lets you skill them up into more things. All of that sort of jazz. So yes, I would definitely say that critter ranching is worth it. But it very much depends on the critters. That's a lot. Yes, barbecues are good food. So for hatches, I definitely ranch them. The other critters that you want to keep, but not actually ranch, is pacu here. So you know when you find the wild ones around the map, grab their eggs, chuck them in wherever you keep in your water, and grow pacu. Don't feed them, don't ranch them. They will reproduce themselves. Eventually they might die out if your water is not of optimal temperature, but they'll last for a really long time. They die every 25 cycles, and you get cooked fish. You get pacu fillet, which has the same, which cooked fish you can cook it into, and that has the same morale bonus as barbecue. And they also produce eggshells, which you can crush up for lime, for steel. So 2 really useful things that you can get out of them. and they don't require any care. All you have to do is fetch their eggs from around the map, chuck them into a pool. Don't put doors on your pool so they have enough space, but as long as they don't say that they're cramped, they will continue to reproduce themselves generation after generation and provide you a little bit of bonus food and quite a bit of bonus lime. So they're pretty good. And because you don't have to do anything with them apart from chuck them in the water, that's pretty strong. Okayim has a skill point. Let's give Okayim some improved carry here. Okayim, do you not have a table? I guess not. Right, we might need to build Okayim a table. Oh, we might want to, I tell you what we might want to do is actually move our dining hall, since we have Okayim here. So my plan was to build a dining hall like here. This is going to be our great hall. 30, so there, right, on that. This is going to be our great hall. So we're going to build a dining hall over here. And then Okayim can actually have a place to eat. We might leave this one in place for now because I haven't really got anything else to do with that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we'll just leave it where it is for now. We will need a water cooler, which we do have to tell them not to fill. I think there might be germs in our... No, the germs in our clean water have finally died. But we did have some problems with there being germs in our clean water. This is kicking off. I mean, considering they don't produce loads of water, it might be difficult for us to create thermal mass in here, but we'll have to see how that goes. It will probably help when this kicks off again, because then we're going to start getting heat leaking out. Printables. Dirt, that would be lovely. Also, none of you are a cook. You need to be a cook. Not taking anyone until I can take a cook. Right, so the other thing we need to build is some stuff. Emily, what are you researching? Right. After you've researched that, I want you to research high culture so we can get some metal blocks. We're going to put metal blocks in... We're not going to use ice sculptures in here. We're going to use metal blocks. Thank you very much for the follow, Observer76. Welcome into the community. I'm glad you're having a good time today. Hope you're having a lovely Saturday. It's probably not Saturday in all of the world, but most of the world. I hope you're having a good one. Starvation. Okayim is starving. I don't really want to kill any more hatches right now. How are we doing for hatches? Not hatches, shovels. We do have 17, so we are still bringing the numbers up a little bit. How are we doing? Reproduction 20. Why can't I? Oh, I can't click on that one. Reproduction 52. What I'm doing here is I'm trying to kill the adults that are furthest from having a new egg, so that we continue to expand our shovel population as quickly as we can. Oh, we've built this. Lovely. We can delete this door. Let me deconstruct this door, and then I'm gonna actually just fill that in with these obsidian tiles. That's the thing I'm gonna fill them in with. That thing there. I don't know, we might be able to get some of this to create thermal mass. We'll have to see. But yeah, we're still having some struggles there, which isn't really surprising. I mean, the map's so cold that it's just difficult. Assumably at some point the duplicants are going to build this. I don't know what they're particularly occupied with right now. Oh, I saw... No, they're not even down here in the oil biome. What are you doing, duplicants? You're not digging into that geyser. I just don't have many. I think that's the problem. I'm used to having like twice the duplicants by this stage, I imagine. I suspect that is the problem. Right. We do have to try to not entomb the shovels when we do this. Keep alive, my dupe, Max. Look, it's fine. We have got food again. It's all good. The shovels are okay. We've got just about enough of them now that even though we need to kill them from time to time, every time we go to kill them, we've got more than we had the time before. So, I mean, it's hard, but we're getting there. There. Look, Al-Qayyim even has a table now. Food shortage, nonsense. Yeah, there you go. You see, I told you it was nonsense. Get out of there, shovel. I mean, we are having some difficulties keeping the shovels alive. They've eaten half of our dirt already. Which isn't ideal. How many do we need? So if I had 8 duplicants, I would need 20 shovels, probably more than 20. Probably like 25 shovels to be able to starvation ranch them for 8. Because it's like 2.5. Don't be in there. Oh, lovely. I think we did it without entombing any of them. Amazing. So now we can deconstruct this because it's in the way. But that should hopefully help prevent them escaping. Have you come on? Not quite. We only got 1 pip. Oh no, we've got another pip. You be careful, pips, or you're gonna get frozen. And then possibly after you get frozen, you'll get boiled. So, you know, life is complicated on this map, I'm afraid. Do we have plenty of igneous rock? That's a point of interest. Yes, we have loads. They're just not doing it very quickly. That's fine. I mean, it's obviously not fine. I'm constantly wanting them to do things faster, but we are not taking another duplicant until we can take a cook. Life of Steel is supposed to be our mechatronics engineer, not cook. But they're very happy. Why are you so happy all of a sudden? Do you know, you obviously ate something nice and now you're excited by life. It's all good. Yeah, so, I mean, the problem is we've just got a lot of work to do and not many duplicants to do it. And we keep having to distract them with things like, can you murder these critters? And then they have to go and eat in the middle of the day because they don't have enough food and things like that. So it's a bit tricky for them. Who's stressed? Neo? Why are you stressed? You'll be fine. I assume you didn't eat or something and you got freaked out. But here we go. Wow. It's so exciting to have all of the map be solid. I know it's weird. It's definitely exciting to me to have all of the map be solid. I find it pretty exciting. Right. To be honest, although, you know, I'm pleased that you're doing that, I might want you to slightly prioritize, like, doing the electrolyzer. My dupe is a hard worker. Your dupe is a hard worker, Life of Steel. Let's see if we can get them to prioritize a little bit, building our electrolyzer bits. And then we will let them go back to demolishing the hydrogen. Hot polluted oxygen? One of those. Alright, let's have a little... Let us have an investigate. I think it might be hydrogen, but we'll have a look. Could be steam? Could be a steam vent. Ugh. That's it. You guys do this for a bit. Oh, I'm also going to think about how we get power in this to start off with. We're going to have to build some coal generators somewhere. But that's fine, because we're going to have to dig this bit out to build these pipes. So that's not a problem. Insufficient oxygen generation. Well, I'm working on that as well, game. That's pretty much the first time we've had that come up. Oh, I think it's because no one's filling up the diffusers, mostly. We've got so much stuff for people to do that they're not really getting around to things. This is why I hate not having enough duplicates. Because, like, you want to do loads of things to keep your duplicates alive and to, like, expand the game. But if you don't have enough duplicates, it just takes them such a long time that then you have to constantly micromanage all these little tiny things. Because there aren't enough of them to cover, like, the basics. What do I got here? Yes, hydrogen. Is a hydrogen vent. I'm not spectacularly excited by that news, but there we go. We know what's in it now. And we've also revealed that little bit of the map. This oil biome here comes up really high on the sides. And considering we've got an ocean for a lot of the top, I think we probably know a lot of the map now. So we'll have to keep exploring, but we certainly know a lot about the map to get going. This, I would like you to put, it's going to have to be sweep only, but on a 9, liquefiable carbon dioxide. Also chlorine, also crude oil if we happen to sweep any. No. We won't sweep any this high up. But yes, definitely the gases. I mean, that one's a liquid. I just want the gases. So we can chuck them down the bottom of the map. How are we doing? We still have some barbecue available. Which will do for now. I will take some barbecue available as the state of play. Oh good, now we've got liquid chlorine in here. That suggests that it's getting warmer in here. I wonder what is creating that warmth. I don't know why it's warmer in here, but it is definitely getting a bit warmer in here. Oh, are you active again? No, you're not. No idea. Is it warmer anywhere else? No, it's still bloody freezing in the base. For whatever reason. It's just here. This carbon dioxide is warmer. Don't know. Don't know. This is struggling to actually produce anything yet. I wonder if we should, well, Should we insulate the top in? No, I don't think it's really, like, there's no heat here, strictly, for it to be worth the effort of insulating the top in. But yeah, I don't know what's happening in here. Apart from that we've got a carbon dioxide explosion. But that's fine. Well, that's not a problem. Oh. Somebody has been putting sticker bombs. Look how happy we've made our duplicants. So we do have a food shortage. Let's have a look. How many shovels do we have now? 18. So we're still managing to expand the shovel population. As I say, we want it to expand quite a bit more, ideally. We can't need 20. Oh yeah, 25 is probably the safe for... super safe for 8 duplicants. Because I was going for 100 for 32 duplicants. But 100 was more than we needed for 32 duplicants. In terms of starvation ranching them. Because essentially, I think the way we're going to do it is if we run out of dirt... we're just going to then be starvation ranching them, and we'll have to make do with however many we've got, frankly. And that'll be the way of it. Oh, you what names? Stop using the... Stop using the water cooler. I thought we'd talked about this. No. I want them to have metal blocks. So that we can have some good decor in here. We'll have to build them out of lead. Oh, I see you, Okayem. There we go. Turn it off. Maybe they'll turn it off at some point. We have unreachable food again. Oh, this has come back on, though. I probably wouldn't stand there, Pipsqueak. You might get boiled. Also, the hatchers will have to start paying attention to what they are doing. But they can live on this bit anyway, because we've got the hydrosensor. So we're going to pump stuff out of here. Interesting. Not much stress. Pacu. None of them have had eggs. Excellent profit. Printables. You're not a cook, are you? So we're going to have some sandstone. Right, how are we getting on with this bit? They've built most of the bits they can actually access, which is fine. Kaylee, you're working very hard. Congratulations. Okay, we've learnt about metal blocks, which is excellent, because now we can put some metal blocks. We'll make them of lead, I'm afraid. Hello, Osunaki. Welcome in today. We'll make them of lead, but that will allow this to become a great hall. I hope you're having a lovely day. Our duplicants are starting to have a much nicer time of it. They're a lot less stressed. We mostly provide them with food. I mean, it's just as bloody cold, to be honest, but you know. They, in general, are feeling a bit better about their lot. We even have an artist to sculpt things. So that's nice. We're all back down here. Right, we would like you to... The shovels laid 1 or 2 eggs. Yes, the shovels are coming along. How many critters have we got in here so far? 20. The shovels are coming along. We're actually feeding them, which we won't be able to do forever. They've eaten 2/3 of our dirt reserves now. So we are going to run out of ability to feed these ones. But, I mean, we could theoretically fetch more from space at that point. But once we have run out of ability to feed them, we're going to make this into a starvation ranch. Where they're just going to live here. Each shovel is born with enough calories to lay 1 egg before it dies. So you can keep them... You can keep a stable population forever. In a starvation ranch. As long as they're groomed and looked after. They do have to be groomed and looked after. So, yeah. As soon as we fed them all the dirt, they're going to get left. But we're doing our best to bring their population up as much as possible before that happens. I think that at 20 critters, they're probably already pretty much a sustainable food source for the number of duplicants we have. But obviously we'd like them to continue to be a food source as we expand. Now, the other thing we need to do here is we need to dig in here so we can build these pipes. So that's going to require a little bit of digging. And a tiny bit of freeing some hydrogen. But, you know, such is the way of things. How are our critters doing down here? The pips have grown up. The hatches are doing their best to get themselves drowned. Try not to get yourselves drowned, hatches. How many of you are there? See, like, why... We've got 2 burrowed over there, so we've got 4 hatches down here. Wild critters. 4 hatches. 12 pacu. Oh, and 4 tropical pacu. 2 pips. There's some shovels at the top of the map, obviously. But we haven't actually broken into space. We can see it, but we haven't been there. And then our tame shovels in here. Lovely. Is there any brine ice in this? Oh, a tiny bit. We'll see how that goes. We might have to have another sweep at the bottom of this to make sure there is no brine ice down here, because that will mess up our electrolyzer when we get it started. So let's get these built. Then I'm going to work on what we're going to do with the hydrogen. And then we're gonna, I don't know, do some sort of thing. I had some thoughts. Oh, then we're going to work out where we're actually going to plumb this to. Might also want to work out what we're going to do as an exit. If we want our industry to be sort of directly under here, along this, we might do like an exit just here, so they don't have to go far. And then at some point we'll add in a transport, tubes. So we still have a food shortage, but still no one's actually starving as a result of it. So we're gonna carry on. While no one's starving, I'm just gonna be chill about it. Yeah, the shovels are struggling a bit because we can't... It's not that we don't have the dirt, it's that we literally just can't bring it to them fast enough. Because shovels. And this is why I don't recommend ever trying to feed them in the base. Under normal circumstances. Excellent. So we're coming along with this now, which is good to see. Yeah, the shovels are starving. But as they say, even if they starve, they replace themselves before they starve. Which is why they are, well, one of the many, many reasons why they're so incredibly overpowered. What should we build next? What would we like to learn about next? I mean, I don't care about any of these things. Let's learn about the molecular forge. Why not? I'm sort of thinking about where I'm going to put a monument now, which, to be fair, is quite a later goal. But I might like build it in with the fish or something. Idle? Why are people idle? Have you trapped yourselves back there? It's alright. Kaylee will... Yeah, there you go. Look, Kaylee sorted it out for you. Once again, Kaylee to the rescue. I mean, the closest we've come to losing so far is probably Neo nearly getting suffocated earlier today. Right. Adult shovels. You're already starving, which is going to affect your reproduction. You're not. There's another one behind you. You're okay. You're a baby. You're doing fine. You're doing fine. We're gonna kill this one. Because it's already starving, it's not going to have another egg. So we're gonna what we're trying to do is we're trying to keep the ones that are closer to laying eggs, so that we can get more and more eggs, so that our population can become sustainable. We'll see how that goes. Someone gonna do some cooking at some point? Maybe? No, it doesn't look like. Nobody wants to do any cooking right now. Everybody's starving. Nobody is cooking. Life of Steel, what are you doing? You're going to bed? Okayim, what about you? Are you going to bed as well? Do you know that you could just do some cooking? Or at least the Danish nerd has put some stuff in the grill, so when Life of Steel wakes up from his dreams of food, he can actually make some food. That'll be awesome. Yes, here you come. That's it. You do some barbecuing there. Lovely. Well done. Seems slightly complicated. Right. Let's have a think about this. Hydrogen. So, we need a whole bunch of ways to get this hydrogen out of here into other things. Okay. the most important thing for it to run is the pipes. Now, I often use Radiant to spread the... It's actually cooling in the end to keep this a bit cooler. But yeah, go on, we'll give it a go. Let's build some Radiant gas pipes. They come up like here. Oh, no, not like that. Up. There we go. Now, we are going to have the first overflow from these. There we go. Everyone's worked out being able to get to food now. Oh, no, only for a second. We still have a load of meat, so we can make more barbecue. That's not a problem. So, we are going to come down here. And I'm actually going to bring it then back a bit to bring it through here. And the reason for that is that I don't want to have bridges in the oxygen pipes. What is this? Insulated gas pipe. What's it made of? Granite. Oh, god damn it to all hell. You what names? What is this? Igneous. Right. I hate my life. Right. Yes, the reason that we are bringing it in like that is because, come on brain, is because we're going to need to put bridges on the oxygen pipes. There we go. Look, brain has started to sort itself out. We're going to have to put bridges on the oxygen pipes, and we don't want to put those bridges over the anti-entropy thermonullifier. We don't need to use the anti-entropy thermonullifier at the minute, obviously, because it's super chill, but we will want to use it at some point, and if we have bridges in the way, that's not going to work out. Why are 4 people starving? Is it because nobody is prepared to make barbecue? There we go. We made some barbecue. We still have some meat to make some more barbecue. The problem with them getting to starving is that means that they have to eat more calories because they're in calorie deficit. So weirdly, once they get this far down, it starts to become harder and harder to build up any sort of thing. Buffer. That's the sort of thing that I was talking about. So how are we doing here? 20 critters. We definitely want to try to keep them alive for a little bit. We could kill some hatches. We've got like 4. 4's quite a lot. Is there an egg? There's an egg. Somebody has laid an egg. Who is the oldest hatch? 59 and 29, so it's not you. What about these ones in here? 31, 44. So this hatch can definitely get attacked because we've got an egg. And because they're wild, they will only ever produce 1 egg. So once an egg has been produced, we don't need this hatch anymore. It can go and become barbecue. Oh, hang on, what's going on with the toilets? 3 sinks are broken, so it is time once again to do our regular let's fix the plumbing situation. We are gonna deconstruct a bunch of these, and then we're gonna rebuild them. 3 sinks is an unacceptable number of sinks to be broken simultaneously. So we're going to do this. And then during the small periods where this isn't busted, I like to actually use the sieve to conserve a tiny bit of water. Hopefully someone will come and build these things forthwith. Kaylee, are you once again coming to save the day? Of course you are. This is what I like to see. It would be helpful if you'd save this one as well. No? No? Okay, well, whatever. Someone will do it at some point. There we go, yes. Oh, did you leave meat here? You can't leave meat in with the hatches because they'll eat it. What have I told you? Also, Pip, you might get boiled if you stand over there. I would rather you didn't get boiled. Right then. A cooking ranching supplier. I think we'll have Max to be a cooking ranching supplier. It's not like the absolute best. But cooking and supply are good things to get together. And like, I guess maybe they can do some ranching. They'll be terrible at it, but sure. Max is going to be our actual cook. Hurrah. Right, which does mean we need to deconstruct this ice sculpture now. It's time. There we go. This should be a Great Hall now. Yes, so everyone will get the Great Hall sleeping bonus. We will... Right, and Max needs a new name because I have Pera on the list. And Pera paid their points to get their duplicant. So, come here, you. Pera. There we go. I'm told a easy anglicized pronunciation is Pera. So we're going to go with Pera. There we go. Excellent. That's good. I've got both of my viewers who paid their points to get into the game now. So that's cool. Right. Pera, you are our cook. That is your first thing to do. You can also ranch and farm. No building for you. Cooks obviously also do life support, toggling, tidying, like the Danish nerd. Essentially, you also get to be like the Danish nerd. So I'm going to put the ranching up a little bit. Yes, that's fine. So this is what you're going to look like, Pera. And your schedule, let's build you one. We are still alive, almost, Emily. Obviously, just as I say that, we start to starve again. We're coping. The shovels are getting there. But we are getting there. We are up to 8 duplicants. I was quite contained today. I've only taken 2 duplicants. Which isn't too bad. Right, skills. Pera, you are our cook. You are going to wear a cooking hat. This is what you're going to do largely forever. Cooking is your thing. You might get some critter ranching at some point. Who knows? We'll see how that goes. We do need to build you a bed, though, which hopefully someone will come and demolish this ice sculpture at some point so we can actually give you a bed. Right, how many shovels have we got? 20. I don't really want to kill one. We did kill a hatch, but it had laid an egg, so that's not too bad. I'm tempted to kill a second hatch, but we'll, yeah, let's kill a second hatch. This one, no, we should kill the young one. Right, we'll kill the youngest one, because this one we might be able to get an egg out of before we have to kill it. Excellent, Pera, look at you in your hat. There you go. Where are you going? You should probably be coming in here to get this meat before the shovels eat it. Sweep this, super importantly. not the shovels, the hatches, because the hatches will eat it. Because they're little what names about that. Oh, well, now they've gone to sleep, so it's less important. But, yes, I would like someone to come and get that and put it on the grill so we can have some more barbecue. Apparently we've got... oh, no. We're still working on our oxygen production. Oh, we have actually managed to generate... oh, we haven't got any power for that. Well, that's a point. That could actually... we have enough power here that it could be powered off this. I mean, to be fair, that one could as well. Because they can run a desalinator. How much does a desalinator take? Remind me. This is 480 watts. And this is only 120 watts. So we could definitely run another pump off it. Which is interesting. So I think I do want to consider that what we want to do is... we're not going to do this now, but what we might do in the future is actually bridge there and run this, because this is probably going to be something else anyway. Have we now made barbecue? No? Why is no one cooking? I've got 3 cooks now. What happened to all the food? We must have eaten it. We must have eaten all the barbecue. Right, let's build Pera a bed. It's probably important that they have a bed. Pacu haven't laid eggs, so we can't murder any of them yet. I don't we haven't got that many adult shovels currently, so I don't really want to murder more of them. None of them are currently starving. How many shovels have we got in here? 22. So we're still... we are still... of course, you're now broken again. Well, I mean, that was quite a long time. That, for the water sieve, was quite a long time that it continued to work. Lovely, lovely. Yes. This is, yeah, we've got starvation again. That's not really ideal. You shouldn't be... okay, there you go. Let's put you to the right thing. Are you planting... oh. I mean, have fun with that. Pips. Look at them. They're trying to grow a pinch of pepper. I'd like to point out that pinch of peppers require like 35 degrees to grow. Yeah, that's not gonna last. But we are starving, so we might have to kill another shovel. Right, shovels. Get out of there. Let's look at you. You're only 5, so we're probably going to kill you, because you are really far from having any spawn, because you have only just stopped being a pup. Also, welcome in, Almost Emily. I hope you are well today. Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay. So yes, once we've created some thermal mass in here so that this stays liquid, ideally, we are going to pump any additional water into here, because this isn't very powerful and also isn't active for a really long time. Okay, first part of the hydrogen sorting line stuff is now complete. What we do need is a secondary overflow, which we'll probably put up here. Yeah, we'll probably just put it up here where we can have a... We'll do the thing that we like to do, which is we will have... No, not one of those. We will have a gas reservoir. And we will have a hydrogen generator. And that's kind of it. I mean, I could... What we might well do with this additional production is we might well build later on a transformer so that we can just run that back onto our grid. Because if this is going to be our main like block to put industry and all of that sort of jazz in, what building is broken? That's fine. Then we'll just be able to run that straight back on, which will be nice. But for now, we can just burn it off if we have excess. So how that works is this excess runs from here. What are we building this? This is an igneous pipe. Lovely. Up here, into that, and then into here. And we just put a bit of wire, any old wire, just here, so that it can burn that off. Now, we need one more thing to make this work. How's our gas? There, that's fine. Which is, we need to have a vent, because we're going to want to be able to vent the excess gases. We won't want them to go down here. When we first spin it up, we'll want to vent all the random gases and then do the thing, frankly. Right, I'm going to deconstruct this bridge. And that's because I do not want any of the manky gas to get anywhere near this stuff. Because it'll break it. And that'll be annoying. I will be annoyed. So if you deconstruct that bridge, if you leave that bridge but like sever it here, then you will definitely have an inappropriate gas in that bridge when you come to reconnect it. So the other thing we'll do then is we'll put some coal generators up here when we're ready to start this up, and they can provide us power. Excellent. Right. We can also build this here, that there, and one there as well. Can we now actually seal this in? We would like to sweep this at a high priority. Is there any other rubbish in here? There doesn't appear to be. If we were to do a big sweep in here... No. Oh yeah, there's something in there. Right, let's get that granite out of here, people. And then we can actually seal this bit up. Because we've done all of our building in here. This is all finished. Excellent. So let's get that sealed. And that bit will be ready to go when we actually have water to power it. I mean, we do have other water sources that I could be putting in it, but I'd like to use this, and we're going to use this to supplement this. So that'll be alright. I think the reason that the average output is quite low is because there's a very long downtime on this. I think also, considering the problems we have, this pump also, no, doesn't need to be deconstructed, but I think it also is going to need our hydro pump, because we have to be able to keep thermal mass in here. A hydro sensor. We have to be able to keep thermal mass in here, or we're going to have the same problems. So we're going to build a hydro sensor here. and set it to like 500 or something like that, so that we keep like 1.5 lines of polluted water in here at all times. Because although obviously our oxygen is really important, like our oxygen is going to stop if this turns to ice. That's it. That's the word I was going for. Right, so all of this is built. This is ready to go. I would like to do a sweep here, but the only thing we need to sweep for is liquefiables, but only brine ice. Essentially, well, I suppose if there's any liquefiable crude oil, I would also like to get that out of here. But what I do want to get out of here is brine ice, because that will break our water sieve. No, it won't, but it will break our electrolyzers, which is even worse. So we're going to set this to send a green signal if it's above 500 kilos. So we can actually build up a little bit of a thermal mass like this, so that it can keep water in it. I mean, I don't care so much about like the chlorine and stuff, because that'll, once there's heat in there, that'll just go to gas. And you know, I mean, it could not be here, but equally, whatever. That's much less of a problem for me. How are we doing? We've got some unreachable food again. How are we doing for shovels? 21. Still slowly expanding the population. Even given them some more things to eat. How about down here? Have we got extra hatch eggs? No, only 1 hatch egg still. Yeah, I'm afraid your pinch of pepper planting isn't going that well, Pips. Also, don't freeze yourselves up there, okay? How's your body temperature? Oh, that's fine. But yeah, if you can keep yourselves alive, that would be excellent. Cheers. So now the duplicants are back down here, digging out our very beautiful oil biome that I'm just really, really enjoying. 1, 2. Yeah, those are correct. Right. This. That might show us what's in there. No, it might be a bit high. We can have a look. If it's a... Depending on what it is, then we might learn what's in there from that. And the same here. And if not, we'll just build the next one down to work out what's in there. This appears to be the edge of the map over here. I can see some more neutronium. Yeah, I thought so. Oh, we don't want these to be 6s, actually. These can be 5s. Thank you. Where is my priorities? 5s. We don't need any 6s. Down here. Cheers. This is their thing to be getting along with when I am not telling them they need to do a thing. Essentially. That's how it works. Currently, they can dig down there apart from when I'm telling them that there is a thing they need to be doing. Oh, some printables. What have we got? We've got some muckroot. Excellent. Oh, we're going to take some muckroot. Also, we're going to have a swift break because I need to eat something, apparently. I need to grab some food. Oh, that's why, because it's 6:30. Fair enough. We might have, in that case, let's take the muckroot. And then we might have a, 5-minute break, like a slightly longer break, just while I'll make some toast or something. It'll be fine. So let me put a thing up. We might even have the food one back in 15. I'm probably not back in 15. I'm probably back way before that. Back, let's say back at 6:45. I mean, that's like 10 minutes. So we should be back in about 10 minutes. And I'm sure people can convert from the time that you have into my time. I'll be right back, everyone. I'm just going to grab a quick something to eat and make a cup of tea, and we'll be back. Lovely. I'll see you in a second. Right then, I have successfully stuffed my face with food. Let's carry on. Hey Testing, it's good to see you today. A good morning to you. I hope you're having a good one. How are we getting on here? What are you all doing? Are you still fetching endless dirt? I bet they are. Love them. Yes, desperately trying to feed the shovels. It's not straightforward. How are we doing for shovels? 22. Couple more before we run out of food will be nice. Before we run out of food for the shovels, not food for us. Oh no, they didn't manage to get through the door while they entombed it then. Right, what else are we doing? We had just finished this off. And done all the piping here. So the next thing is thinking about this. And we have definitely got some questions about when we can build suits, which we can't yet. Well, we can build a couple. Should we try and build a couple of suits? I've got 400 copper. Could make a little bit more. That would be 2 suits. I reckon we've got enough reed fibre to make 3 suits. 4 plus 6, yeah. Ugh, Emily's starving again already. Which isn't necessarily ideal. We've still only got 1 hatch egg here, so the hatch hasn't managed to have an egg. Which is disappointing. Where do we want to put exits for these... for our duplicants? Like, this isn't going to be very long. How wide are you? We could get some. I think we probably want it just to be an exit floor. Maybe here even. So that we can have an industrial floor underneath. To like put carbon skimmers and all of that on as the base heats up. Which obviously we will start to need. So I think we want to think about this being the way out. And we'll probably go over this way anyway. And then we can come back. We'll cut back through the steam turbines here or here, wherever we put them. We probably won't put them directly underneath. We'll probably need to put the steam turbines, say, here. On this level. Of a future industrial brick. And then they can cut back down to here. And we can also do some tubes later on to let them out. Which might also mean that a thing that we might like to do is have the major power spine running, not here with this, but actually running outside this way. I mean, it will run through this, but that's not the end of the world. Is there anything else that's going to be massively in the way? Doesn't look like. It looks like we could have a major power spine run down just at this side. I mean, we couldn't build a very good transformer tower, though, so we might want transformer towers over this side, but then we have the volcano. And potentially something to do with this steam vent. So we probably actually want transformer towers here. And we'll just have to miss a bit out and then have them sort of carry on here if we need them. But we could make this main power line, transformers live here. And that will go up to space. It does mean that I am more interested in having a little dig over to this one. I'd quite like you to have a little dig this way. because that is there, which isn't currently in the way, but we'd quite like to know what that is so that we know what sort of infrastructure we'd like, and we'd also like to see a bit more back here. Because obviously we are going to want to put space infrastructure in once we can. So yes, I think I've made some plans there about things I would like them to do. We don't have any food, but currently no one is literally starving, so we'll make do with that for now. Ooh, Pacu have laid eggs, which has also made them overcrowded and glum. Yeah, it's these ones. The 20-year-old Pacus have laid their eggs. We should have, do we have 6 eggs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I think in some way we have 8 there, which is fine. So we can probably murder these 20-year-old Pacu, but we have to spot the 20-year-old ones, because the younger ones won't have laid eggs yet. This one. This one. Oh, well, it must be the tropical ones, because they are second generation, and our other Pacu are not second generation yet. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's one more Pacu that is elderly and gets attacked. Lovely. So let's kill them, and that will provide us with some more food, which is excellent. We've got a bit of digging up there to carry on with. You coming in to do that? You excited to do that? Life of Steel? Fair enough. They're not that excited to do it, but they did it for a minute. So, you know, that's something. Oh, Life of Steel also... I mean, you're not actually prioritising attacking. You're going to do some cooking. We do have a cook now. So actually, one of the things that we're going to do now, because we do have a cook, is, I think, on our priorities, Okayim can stop being a cook. We'll leave Life of Steel, actually, because Life of Steel likes the cooking. Whereas Okayim, we're going to take them off cooking. We're going to skill scrub them at some point. Whereas we might leave Life of Steel, because actually his cook point is completely free. Because he likes it. So his cook point is completely free there. Whereas Okayim's isn't. So we'll scrub Okayim at some point. And there we go. We'll get a bunch of cooked fish now for people to eat, which will keep them happy for a minute. So, how am I gonna handle... What is this? This is all granite, copper. Okay, cool. Might even be able to do some pit planting and have a nature reserve for them to go in the suits on. I think if we do that... What have we got up here? Is this... Oh no, this one's carbon dioxide. That's a shame. How's the colony going, Ohms? It's going alright. I mean, we keep having food shortages, but I mean... We've got theoretically 23 shovels. A lot of them are still babies. But we've got theoretically 23 shovels. We have got some Pacu that we've just been murdering for some cooked fish because they've laid eggs. And we've got 2 separate egg-laying generations here that we got out the pod. So that's quite good. Got some other little critters down here. We have our electrolyzer built and just waiting for us to actually have water to put in it. But we have 2 water sources for it. We have this cool slush geyser and we have this polluted water vent. So yeah, I think the colonies pod Pacu are great. They are, and every time we get them we just build across here, get them to flop along and fall into here, and we're sorted. So that's been nice. We have mostly boxed in the base. And now we're thinking about when we want to leave the base, where are we going to put that? Oh, well, I can delete that anyway. Pointless thing. And yeah, we're still cracking into some vents and geysers to see what we've got. We've got an iron one, and we've got a volcano. But other than that, it's water or not interesting, largely. Geyser? Maybe? If we can't see anything? Let's just have a little dig across the top there, so we can find out what's in that. Yeah, so we're sort of planning out what we're going to do about industry and stuff like that. Cool slash and more cool slash. I mean, it could be Spoonwood. We still haven't found the cold carbon dioxide, which I bet we've got. It said cool slush. Oh, it did. Oh, man. I see. Yes, it is a geyser. It is another cool slash geyser. Well, that's nice. What a joy. Apparently that cooked fish. How is someone starving? We've got cooked fish. Kaylee, where are you? You in the bathroom? Where are you, Kaylee? Why aren't you coming to eat this cooked fish that we apparently have? If you're starving. Is it unreachable food? But like, why? In what way? Oh, I think now Kaylee has noticed that there's fish there, so they're gonna eat it. So that's good. Two cool slash on this map. I mean, they're usable and warmer than the environment, I guess. I agree. That's sort of how I feel about it. Look, this one we've even already found a purpose for. It's going to supplement our polluted water for our oxygen generation, which seems worthwhile. But yeah, I mean, we got lucky in loads of ways. So the fact that we maybe haven't been as lucky with all of our vents or geysers, it's neither here nor there, really. Is that one going to be? No. Well, we want to find out what this one is as well, to work out what the infrastructure around it might be and whether it's going to be in the way of us building a transformer tower, which is what I'd like to know. How are you going to heat the cool slush before I sieve it? I'm going to mix it with polluted water, mostly. And it's going to have the... Once we get going, it's going to have the oxygen coming through here, which will add temperature to it. So I think it should be above 0. I mean, it might be... when we start, it might be awkward. But later on, it should have enough thermal mass. We could also put a depotizer in here if we discover that we need to. But it's a good point. It is a good point. That we'll have to keep an eye on. Yes, so I'd like to know what's in this one as well. Thanks, duplicants. Oh, no. Right. What we got going on down here? Pips. 1 hatchling egg. So these hatches... 37 and 50. Yeah, I definitely don't want to kill this hatch yet, because it's really close to having an egg now. So it's going to be back to murdering a shovel. Put the fish in the cool slush water and they'll become gulp fish. I don't want them to become gulp fish. Then ship the resulting ice out and melt it somewhere. I mean, we're not, you know, we're not really short of water. I'm happy with my fish in here. Full pup shovel. You're 40, so you've done quite well at surviving. Your internal calories are 32,000 calories, so you're not going to starve for a minute. This is why they eat so much. This one is starving, so it can get murdered. Kelpfish are nice though. I prefer the tropical ones. No, actually to look at, I do prefer the gulpfish. They're cute. But you don't need a sieve then, if I want ice. I don't need a sieve then. I think I do need a sieve anyway though, because I need to be sure that I can have enough. We're going to murder this shovel, by the way. Ooh. The McDutchman is raiding with a party of 8. Hello, Dr. Trophonius. Welcome in, raiders. Hello, Freya as a cat. It's good to see you. Also, you, Exo Civil. Thank you so much for the raid and sharing your community with mine. OKM. Ah, this is obviously someone you know, OKM, for you have the raid hype. Welcome in, raiders. So I am, thank you so much for the follow, Freya and Exo Civil. It is lovely to see you both. The game is going very well. Thank you for the follow, the McDutchman. So we are playing let's do a quick recap. This is the Max Not Binary. I'm Max. Welcome in to the community. This is indeed a base builder. Thank you so much for the bits, Exo Civil. That is a very generous celebration. Thank you for donating to the channel. Thank you, OKM, for the bits. That's your name too, Freya is a cat. That is amazing. So Freya is a cat then, and you're Max. Now we know how that works. So this is a 100k challenge map. It's a mod for Oxygen Not Included, which is an amazing, if you don't know the game, it's an amazing base builder game. What am I looking for? Temperature overlay. So it's an amazing base builder game. You get dumped off in its Moose's doppelganger. I see. Oh, moose face. Love moose face. You get dumped off in the middle of this asteroid, and this asteroid is 100 Kelvin. So that's like minus 173 degrees Celsius. As you can see, it's pretty cold here. And you get tasked with surviving. We've done pretty well. It's cycle 130, and we are still alive. For those of you who maybe know the game a little bit more, one of your first challenges is heat and water. We got really, really lucky that we have cool steam vents right here next to the base. It's a lot of fun. This challenge is quite hard, which we've been really lucky, as I say, the McDutchman. But in terms of a base builder, it's a very cool base builder. You are still alive after you distracted everyone, okay? And we have not murdered anyone yet. But yeah, we got really lucky because these cool steam vents produce like steam that's just at steam temperature, so it's just over 100, which condenses into water, which we've been able to keep because there's enough of it that it can't get cooled down sufficiently by this environment. So we've got some pacu, which are fish that live in here. Yes, I think there were a couple of RimWorld runs where you watched where everyone got murdered. Okay, I think that happened on more than one occasion. So yeah, we have some fish that live in our water. We also have these possibly adorable creatures called shovels. They can burrow through almost anything, which is why we have them in a very special obsidian box, so they can't burrow through things. They're eating us out of our house and home. Yes, it is by the Don't Starve devs. I haven't been able to super get... Oh, speaking of, look, one of the pups has escaped again. So the way they can escape, even though we've got them in a special box, is they have a special skill, which is spitting their dinner into things. They like to spit them into the doors and then climb through the doors and get into other places. little what names. So apparently this pup got free. We need to catch it. Smart pups, absolutely. But yeah, that's about where we are. So we're still struggling a bit for food. Oh no, don't be out there. Oh, good grief. Look, now I'm gonna have to delete this wall so we can get to this vole pup. I like that you think that's funny, okay. But yes, we're still struggling a bit for food because, as you can see, an awful lot of our food here is in the form of eggs, which we would like ideally to become fully grown. Are you still unreachable? Oh man, seriously, what if I delete those two? Which we would like to become fully grown shovels so that they can produce more eggs and we can have a sustainable population. Still unreachable? You are, aren't you, you little what name? Yes, shovels are a slight nightmare. I would normally never ranch them. See, this is what they do. See how that is entombed? That is almost certainly the result of shovels. I would never normally have them in the base because they're so troublesome and they escape everywhere. Very nice to meet you too, McDutchman. It is lots of fun. It's quite often on sale as well. No worries. Enjoy your lurk. Have a lovely time. Yeah, they are a bit frustrating. So normally I wouldn't ever allow them down here in the base. Their natural habitat is up here in space. So you also have space and you can launch rockets and all sorts of stuff like that. And Shovel's natural habitat is up here. You can actually, if you see some movement in this, it's not your eyes playing tricks on you, that's Shovel's. And up here they eat this stuff, regolith, which is meteor dust, essentially. Why are they always so low in space? What is going on here? Life of Steel is starving. Well, I mean, they shouldn't be, because we just murdered a Shovel. Arkayim, you can have some more improved carry. Life of Steel, that point is free, so we're going to give you exosuit training. You're going to be unhappy because you haven't eaten, but that'll be fine. I think they're programmed to be quite low so that they don't die. Arkayim is the thing. Because they can get hit by meteors and then they have some struggles. Can we get this vole pup? Thank you, Emily. Lovely, right. So I think that's why their programming has them lower down in space, because otherwise they get hit by meteors and they get wiped out. There is a lot going on in this game. It's not, I would definitely say it's not the most straightforward game to get into. However, it is endlessly absorbing once you get into it. So it's one of those that has a very steep learning curve early on. But if you can get past that, it's really good fun. I don't really need another duplicant right now. Let's take some lava eggs. Dr. Trophonius very sensibly says, let's have some omelette. I agree. I think the programming is burrowing, and burrowing is always slightly down. That would certainly make sense. Spoonwood. Right, let's build we do need to build a thing to make omelettes. But we certainly can't keep our Slicksters alive yet. No worries, Exo Seville. Thank you so much for the bits and for coming to raid the stream. Have a lovely rest of your day. We need to make an egg cracker. So let's build a little egg cracker. Thank you. Just here. And then we'll crack these eggs. So these lava eggs produce a critter called a Slickster, but that needs to live at like 80 degrees pretty much. It needs to be hot for slicksters to live. It's not quite that hot, but let's check. Slicksters. Critters. Where are they? Slicksters. Slicksters, yes, comfortable range 50 to 140. So, they don't really, they die if we hatch them, so we might as well eat them as eggs, because otherwise they're just going to die anyway. We could maybe keep them by this, but well, this one actually has retained its warmth because we insulated it in. But it's such a good water source, like clean water source, that I would be unwilling to wind up cool steam vent. This is a whole thing. I keep thinking they're talking about the American drugstores, but I have learned that it usually means cool steam vent when in context of ONI, which makes sense. But it was just like, what? Drugstores? What? Is that CVS? Oh, I know what CSV is. CSV is that terrible spreadsheet export format that my work system exports in. Well, I don't live there. It was similar enough, but yes, CSV is an export format for the website that at my work, and it usually means that everything is broken. Buried objects discovered. You can stop. You can stop. Comma separated values is great. CSVs are the bane of my existence. CSVs are often the bane of my existence as well. Okay, not anymore. That bit of my work is no longer a very big bit of my work, so I don't have to spend so much time with CSVs, but they were certainly upsetting. So we've got a steam vent. So as I say, this map, apart from like early on when we're like, hey, we've got a volcano, we've got an iron volcano, how cool. After that, we've just got water, water, and some more water. Oh, and 3 carbon dioxide geysers. I don't know what we're going to do with 3 carbon dioxide. No, not geysers, vents. So the hot ones, at least. We could pump out 500-degree carbon dioxide around the place. We have got a hydrogen one down there as well. Oh, maybe we should try and build Marine's hydrogen taming. A big heat source. Look like, you know, cool. Well, you know, I was excited. Right, let's dig some stuff out here. So we're just having a lovely dig down here in the oil biome to see what we can see. And because, you know, I like to dig. And I'm really enjoying the ability to just dig in straight lines in this map. It's pleasing me no end. Do you know what Speaking of not very inciting vents and geysers, this one apparently is a hot polluted oxygen vent. The Joy. This one is probably a geyser of some sort because we can't see it yet. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's have a dig across here. The fact that there's no magma down here is pretty wild. I have to say. So let's have a dig into that one and find out what that is. But that will be a geyser of some sort. I want more volcanoes. Do I have clay? Yes, I have clay. We have slime biomes. Yes, we have clay. We can make ceramics. Why do you ask, Ohms? Yeah, steam vent. Okay, cool. Wow. Unreachable food yet again. Yes, it's the 100k map. It's like Rime, in that it has all the biomes. Especially when I do a bunch of power query and tables and accidentally save in CSV. No worries. Yeah, as someone who had to be sure whether we were in CSV or not all the time, I have great sympathy. If not, PO2 are great to get a little clay on the side. That is true. Yes, different biome layout than Rime, but all the biomes. Yeah, the biomes do seem slightly different. Like, we've got quite a bit more ice biomes than I certainly had on Rime. We didn't have half this many cold biomes when we were on Rime. What is this? Oh, we got 2 hydrogen vents. Oh, I'd forgotten we had this hydrogen vent. Well, there we go. We've got some other hydrogen vents as well that I'd forgotten about. Obviously, we've got a saltwater. There is a saltwater one. We're going to have to be careful here because we're going to have to build back in to protect our oil biome because we don't actually want to drop hot salt water on it. That might, well, I don't want to immediately drop hot salt water on it, but now I am considering that, you know, some hot salt water might be a reasonable way to turn our solid, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh good, I haven't miscounted there. Turn our solid crude oil into actual crude oil. I'd also like to find another one of these. Can I spot any? No, we might have to go over the other side and see what we can see at some point. How are we doing? Pera has earned a skill point. They can go into improved carry. They are our cook. PO2 also possibly for heat. Possibly. I don't know if I'm necessarily super excited to introduce heat down there anyway, is the answer to that. How are we doing with the number of shovels that we've managed to get up here? No, it's still only 22. Have some eggs, you lot. Technically yet. Technically yet what? Technically yes. Yes, absolutely. That makes more sense. Have you had an egg yet? No, not you. The other one. Where's the other one? No, other one. This one. This one's 52. It can't be that far from having an egg. Then we can kill it for food, which would be nice. So yeah, you can sort of see. We also had a subsurface ocean on this map, so that's why it looks like this up here. You don't want heat when you have lots of frozen crude oil. Is the frozen CO2 worrying you, or the lack of exosuits? I want to have more control over how I would... Hang on. I would like to have more control about how I turn my crude oil from solid into liquid than just releasing random heats everywhere. That's what's worrying me. It's more just I want to be sure what I'm doing with it. So I want to keep random heat out. You should cool the map to 10 Kelvin. I think that would be incredibly difficult to do. That would be quite some engineering project to cool the entire map to 10 Kelvin. But that might be a thing. You could try and do the not okay but pretty cool for like literally everything. You could just seal in your base and have that be balmy, and then have everything outside as not okay but pretty cool. I mean, that would be a problem with like having water and stuff like this. But, you know, it might be funny. Liquid oxygen everywhere. I'd start suggesting ideas, but your food is still iffy to me. You're so worried about the food, Spoonwood. Ideas for controlling that. No, I mean, I'm not You know, I'm not saying that we're not going to do it. I'm saying that I'm not super excited to do it quickly, is the thing. Who needs food when you can have naps? I mean, oh, a gold volcano. Oh, at least that's moderately exciting. Well, I'm happy about that. Ohms, as someone who enjoys a good nap, as I know you are, you also like food. Does this game need to be called Don't Starve 2? Melody, if you... Let me be clear. We were talking about this yesterday with chat. Most streamers, when you watch them play, their chat is always desperately trying to make them do something ridiculous that's going to get them killed. When you watch me play, my chat is desperately trying to have me not do the ridiculous things that are going to get us killed. And I'm going, nah, it's going to be fine, whatever. That is true. But it is mostly fine, but only because I really know what I'm doing. So yeah, I wouldn't advise playing the way I do, especially in terms of food. Chat will tell you that I'm forever running my duplicants really close to starving, but that's certainly not what you should do. Holmes says, I like food, but that takes effort, and I don't like that. That's why I'm happy when I do have food. I mean, that seems completely reasonable. I often feel the same way. This is why takeaways are such a dangerous proposition, because it's like food with barely any effort. It's very dangerous. Right, who shall we murder now? Shovels. How many shovels have we got? 24. So they've had a couple more eggs. Let's check. No, our hatch still hasn't had another egg. Our pips are still alive, so that's nice. Come here, shovels. You... 36. So what I'm looking at here is... oh, you might not be able to see it. Oh no, my head is very slightly too high. Let me turn my head off, and you can see what I'm actually looking at when I look at these. But those are expensive. Yeah, good. Well, it's the time money argument, isn't it? Are you time rich or cash rich? Or I guess in your case, are you cash rich or like effort rich? So you see here where, hopefully you can see it now, I've moved my head. It shows you their reproduction. Oh, this is Spoonwood suggesting how to play this map and not in a ridiculous fashion. For you, Melody. I'd recommend taking 4 targeted duplicants, 2 diggers, maybe digger builders, a researcher and a rancher, race to space to get shovels, and give your rancher digging for a bit after you get some water for research. Or using the tepidizer below a mealwood farm. I think actually the tepidizer below a mealwood farm is probably the most sustainable. As long as you can get water. So what I'm looking at is I'm looking at their reproduction and their age. So as long as they're an adult, you can see their reproduction. So this one's a pup, so it doesn't have reproduction. Once they become an adult, they have a reproduction value. And I want to murder the shovels that are furthest from producing an egg. I haven't seen the tepidizer. I will show you a tepidizer in a minute. We do have one. We're not using it for that, but we do have one. So I want to kill this one, for instance, that is only just old enough and is still 2%. I've tried mealwood farms, but I never seem to have enough. Right, let me set that. Ohms, supercoolant is not a handy suggestion for a new player, is it? Melody, for mealwood farms, if you're playing on the standard difficulties, you need about 5 mealwood plants for each duplicant. As long as they're getting regularly tended and harvested. So they have to be regularly tended and harvested. This is what a tepidizer looks like. I think actually ours pretty much never comes on. But we have this, it's essentially a big thing to heat up water. It takes an awful lot of power, so it's got its own dedicated little power array here. But it's very effective. And because water has enormous thermal mass, so it holds its temperature really well, you don't have to put it on loads. So, I mean, also the water coming in here is hot, so we haven't had to use it very much. But the idea for doing it under mealwood farms is you have like a layer. If you imagine this is like a layer of water, you put a tepidizer in, and then you can hold that water to a specific temperature. And you can build farm tiles on top of it. And those farm tiles then you can grow your mealwood in. I feel like you always have heat issues already. I would say that these sorts of strategies are not necessary if you're playing on Terra, because you're much more likely to worry about overheating there than the problems I have here. Like, these are very specific problems that I'm having. Not at my PC right now, so no sound. I was just wondering if there will be a stream tomorrow. Yes, go on then. We'll do a stream tomorrow since somebody asked. We will do a stream tomorrow. Probably regular time. But yeah, I'm on my own, so we might as well do a stream and I can talk to you for the day. Because otherwise I'll just talk to myself for the day, so I might as well talk to you guys. Quite frankly. So yes, Melody, I would say for you, if you're playing like the regular Terra map, which I imagine you are if you're just starting, and you're having a struggle with heat, these little guys down here are your way forward. Learning how to ranch those is gonna be an excellent way for you to provide sustainable food for your colony, and not worry too much about the heat, because you can heat them up to like 70 degrees. Your duplicates will start complaining pretty much about the same time as your hatches do. So that's how that works. They'll probably both complain about the same time. Right, let's start. What am I doing? So we've got gold down here. We don't know anything about that. There's nothing up here, is there? It doesn't look like there's a oil reservoir either. So the next bit of exploring, well, in fact it's not exploring, the next construction project we're going to do is we're going to do the construction project for where these pipes are going once they have come in here. This one, I'm going to lead it across here to go up here, and I think we're going to use this one to provide oxygen to this side of the base. We'll just run that up there, and then we'll probably also use it to provide for space at some point. These two we'll use to provide for suits. And they'll only give us enough oxygen for, say, 16 suits. But if we... that can't be right. How is that right? But it is kind of right. That's fine. So they'll give us oxygen for about 16 suits. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to set up like 16 suits here and maybe 16 suits here. And we might go to 32 duplicates, which will push a little bit our oxygen. But like in the late game, we might go up to 32 duplicates. I mean, we're not going to go to that for quite a while, because noticeably we're still starving. But that is sort of my later plan, if you like. So I think we're going to run this one up And then probably around the back. And this one can come in the front. And we'll do, but this will be our exit point. Now, we've got a thing here we need to get rid of. We need to start hunting out all the solid carbon dioxide that is still being tiles in the base. That is a thing that we're going to do now as well. We're going to take some granite tiles, and if you are solid carbon dioxide, is there actually any overlay that is going to help me spot this? Mineral. I mean, not very clearly, is it? Organic? Gas? No, doesn't really help. Oh well, it was worth a try. We could take some pufflets to make some more omelettes. Oh, I never made the omelettes. We should make the omelettes. Yeah, I don't want any of those. So we'll have some pufflets and we'll make them into omelettes as well. You let us omelette our lava eggs. And we're going to omelette our pufflet eggs. And then you are... Oh, we need to know about raw food before we can do that. We need to know about raw egg before we can do that. So, a thing we need to do is we need to check for any stray carbon dioxide. And that needs to go. Because otherwise, as we heat up this base, all hell is going to break loose. And I'm going to be sad. And who wants me to be sad? Nobody wants me to be sad. Well, you better not, anyway. You best only wish the best for me, chat. I assume you do, since you all come here and support me in my endeavours. That usually suggests to me that you do not want me to be sad, that you would like me to be happy. Right, so we're going to make omelettes forever now as well. There we go. That'll give us a little bit of food. Okay, that seems to be the last of the carbon dioxide. Then we're going to have a great big sweep as well. But we're only gonna, I'm gonna use the sweep by type thing to make sure they only sweep, I'll get them to sweep any chlorine that might be in here as well. Might also get them to sweep all the liquefiables, actually. We might have a big liquefiable sweep. Just to, try and move those sorts of things out the way. Because, I mean, there's snow up here as well. If we start heating the base up, all sorts of things are going to go on that we could do without happening. Are you not just putting... Oh, this is sweep only, isn't it? But those never were. Well, that's fine. They're moving a little bit in there. I might leave them to just put a bit of their carbon dioxide in there for now. Are you literally caught in a loop of putting your breath in the bin? And that's pretty funny. That's lovely. Right. We made some copper, didn't we? So we'd quite like to make... Let's deconstruct this for now. Though we certainly could make... we could make mush fry now. If we're ever... Oh no, we can't because we haven't got any dirt. Because we're feeding it all to the shovels. Yeah, sorry. I was briefly like, oh, we can make mush fry. No, we can't. Feeding all the dirt to the shovels. There appear to be a new generation of eggs down here. Paku, have you laid eggs? Looks like you have. How many eggs do I have? Eggs. Where's the eggs one? Critter eggs. We have 4 fry eggs and 4 tropical fry eggs. We also have a whole bunch of fry, which suggests that we can have another Paku cull. Which is going to be lovely. Let's cull a whole bunch more Paku. Only the adult ones, obviously, not the fry. Sorry, they move around too much. I have to hold them still. This one. Is that all of them? Oh, no, there's one. You don't appear to be being attacked. You should be being attacked as well. There we go. So now we've got a generation of fry, a generation of eggs, and a bunch more fish to make into cooked fish. Lovely. So, I'm going to wait a little bit on the sweep because we're not vaguely ready for this to happen. So, until we are vaguely ready for that to happen, there's not a lot of point. Amazing. This carbon dioxide is in exactly the place that is going to make it hard for the hydro sensor to work properly. That's amazing. Thanks. That's pretty funny. Okay, let's continue with some pipe building here. Oh, I was building an exosuit forge, wasn't I? So we could actually have some suits. We're only going to have 3, but we might have those 3, and then, you know, we could send people into space potentially. I mean, I suppose we could get more shovels. I don't know what we're going to do with them, but we could get more shovels. But we could also just do some space things. What am I looking for? A station. That's the thing I'm looking for. I am looking for an exosuit forge. This is going to trip our power out all the time, largely. But, you know, we've only got enough reed fibre for like 3 suits, so... Yes. No, I'm not building a microbe musher. As discussed. Oh, we're out of dirt. Okay. So that's quite important, actually, that we're out of dirt. Because we have 24 critters. That should be more than enough to Starvation Ranch for our duplicants. However, it does mean that we're not going to want to sacrifice any more of them, because now we can't replace them. Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't think it's easier than Rhyme. At all. It has some... There's regolith on the surface. I don't want to be bringing regolith down here to feed to these shovels. What I would like to do is just leave these shovels to be a starvation ranch now. They've reached the point. There is enough to feed my 8 duplicants. Once we can get all the eggs hatched. We are powering this incubator, so I mean we will get the eggs hatched a bit faster than one would imagine. And then we should be able to create sufficient barbecue. But yeah, we're going to have to take it a bit cautiously now. We might need to sacrifice some of these critters. We'll have to see how it goes. I mean, it's also true that some of them will die now. They will start to die off because the adult ones, like this one, will starve. So in 7.7 cycles, he will starve because I don't have any more dirt for them. And I'm not in any way going to prioritise digging out more dirt for them. Right, I would like to make, yes, 3 copper Atmo suits, because that is all I can make. So, we are gonna... So we need to think about what we're gonna use as a... we're gonna have to build a liquid lock here. But we don't have any liquid. We can't have a liquid lock because we don't have any liquid to put in the liquid lock. I'm going to build it anyway, and then I'm going to think about it. Does that 7 cycle shovey have an egg? This one's 85. Where's the other one that's starving? This one. No, this one's 23. But this one, which is apparently going to die in 8 cycles, has a reproduction of 85. Change per cycle 2%. Oh yeah, so this one we should get an egg out. That would be nice. But we won't get one out of the other one. That one's way too low. But we should get an egg out of this one, which would be nice. So that'll build up our shovels a little bit more. 25 is definitely going to be more than enough for 8 duplicates. We should be able to build up a buffer of food with that many ranches, that many shovels being starvation ranched. How are we doing with this? So one thing that we can do is, this is all polluted water, yeah? At some point we're going to have to deconstruct this, and then we can pour it into here. So we can have, or into here, maybe, whichever. It doesn't really matter. We'll probably want to pour it into here, because this is clean, like, in the sense that it doesn't have germs in. Oh, I suppose this will be clean in the end. But nonetheless, these still have loads of germs in. So we'd rather... almost certainly there is more dirt on the map. Yes. Where can we get dirt? We can get dirt from... There's some here. There's some here. I think it's only sandstone that we can get it from. Oh no, it's also forest. Yeah, there's quite a bit more dirt on the map. Why, are you thinking you'd like me to keep my shovels alive? I mean, I suppose I could do. I'm not very excited to do it, but I could do. I suppose we can. Alright, Spoonwood. No, you don't want me to keep them alive. But we can keep them alive. This is nearby, so I'm prepared to dig out some very nearby dirt. I'm thinking about dirt for research later. Oh, I see. I can make polluted dirt to make dirt from and compost. I don't have loads of research. Let's do some more research then. That's a good point, actually. Let's get some research smashed out. Let's go here, because that's going to be important. And we can get some research smashed out while we're still digging up dirt. There, all right then, shovels. You can have a reprieve until such a time as we finish. You can compost seeds. Yes, you can. I always forget that one because I never use a compost. I don't remember that you can just compost seeds. You can have a little reprieve while we do some what's it? Let's set these up to a nice high priority so that they bring dirt here. Does this one take dirt as well? It does it? Or does it only take water? This must only take water because it doesn't have any dirt. So let's set that to like a 7 so they fill this with dirt first. Oh, I've just remembered that I'm really looking forward to, in the DLC, being able to feed what were slime tiles? Oh, one time I played this map, I opened a steam vent near slime and the slime soon enough melted into dirt. Oh. Oh, you opened a regular steam vent. No, that makes sense. I was like, you opened a cool steam vent and melted slime into dirt? But no, you opened a regular steam vent. That makes more sense. They were definitely slime and not just the algae. I suppose you don't get that much algae, do you? You get some odds and bits of algae in slime. Right then. I have no idea what I'm going to put in here. Or how we're going to make that work. But somehow this is going to be a liquid lock. Who knows? We'll figure it out later. It might have been algae too, I'm not sure. Definitely the algae would probably melt into dirt at that temperature. We had quite a lot of algae melting to dirt when we did Volcania. What am I looking for? Come on, brain. There we go. Want checkpoints. Let's turn some of our gold into gold. Oh, have you made all of these? Oh, well done. You also apparently didn't trip this out very much. Let's make, say, 17. Oh no, let's make like. What's the temperature near that V structure? Minus 71. We could run some heat through it from the oxygen, and then we might be able to have a liquid lock. But we'll have to see. I'm also not. I'm only moderately bothered about ensuring that we are super boxed in here. Because the outside isn't really very dangerous in some ways. Apart from being cold, it's not really dangerous in the same ways that the outside sometimes is. I think I would really like to do is I would really like to set up a sweeper that can sweep all of that. Probably want it to be able to sweep over there as well. What if we just have it at the bottom of the map? No, we'd probably want to hang it there. Put a thing beside it. I agree, it's not dangerous. Put a loader beside it and run all of this crap that we drop back up the map. You do have to do some heating. Like, you have to do some heating because otherwise you starve. That's the problem. I'm going to build this and then we'll continue considering it. I mean, none of these are useful. We don't want a tidier. I don't want an operating cook. I already have an operating cook that's much better than this one. The Shine Nymph won't provide us with any meat. Or live long enough to provide us with eggshells or anything. Then I checked on the decor of solid carbon dioxide. Blossom seeds for dirt. Well, I mean, we might as well take them. What's the ooh. No, hang on. Yeah, no, all my negative decor is just from the debris. It's just from having too much debris. Oh, we're running out of food again. I don't want to run out of food. Have you had an egg yet? You haven't. God damn you. Have an egg. You're definitely at egg having age. Can you get on with that? I mean, I suppose I am feeding my shovels again, so there is that. Excellent. So we're making some gold, and the reason we're making some gold is because we are gonna use that gold to... I think I want it here, ideally. I like to have a little bit of a gap. I mean, there's no good reason for that. It's just preference, really. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Let's cancel that for now. And they can build us some suit docks. Actually, do you know what? Is the gold volcano dormant? I believe it is, yes. Yes, it is. Oh, the iron volcano is going again, though. It's, yeah, it's making the game freak out, is largely what's happening here. The iron volcano is mostly just making the game freak out. I'd probably like it to dig that out. We've done some research. Excellent. Just carry on doing some research. Now, I'm going to bring you along to feed those. That's going to be your first and primary job. You are going to come all the way up here. You're going to come all the way up here as well. But you're also going to come along here to an extent. I don't know what that extent is going to be. Let's go to there for now. There we go. If you can get on that, duplicants, I would appreciate it. That would be great. How are we doing shovels? They've got up to 26. The fry are cute. I sort of wish that Pacu stayed this size all the time, instead of becoming the giant monsters that they are. What are you all doing? Oh, you're all fetching. Oh no, rocks. That's good. Fetch rocks as well. Oh, I have interrupted this ladder. That is no good. Let's build another ladder piece there, so that they can go around. Have you are you just tired generally, or have you just watched a bit too much football, Dr. Trophonius? Because certainly I have found in the past that sometimes my interest in sporting events actually winds down a little bit towards the end, in general. Fair enough. No worries. I don't know if I'm going to watch it, actually. I might just stay here and stream. Oh, it starts in like 5 minutes, so I'm probably just going to stay here and stream for a bit. Since my viewership, I don't believe, is particularly British or, well, English, or Ukrainian. I don't think it should affect my viewing figures massively. So while people are still here and happy to watch, I might well stay here and play. I haven't watched any of the other matches. Oh, we could potentially fill our liquid lock with liquid carbon dioxide. Denmark was fun earlier though. Bit rough though. To check. Had their heads in bandages by the end. Did the Danes win in the end, Dr. Trophonius? And what was the score? It sounds like it was a perhaps slightly unduly rough and tumble game. Danes won 2-1. There haven't been many boring matches in this championships, I'd have to say. Bandages in a football match. Actually, weirdly, head injuries aren't massively uncommon in football. Because you... No. I do not want to try 1000 Kelvin challenge. I think there is a challenge mod that's a super hot map as well though, Chthonic One. Also welcome in today. I hope you are well. But yes, I do think there is a it's more that if you are going for the ball with your head and other people are going for the ball, either with their feet or with their head, you quite often smash your head into another person. It's not so much the football, it's the other person. Yes, I realise that at 1000 Kelvin most of the map would be molten, but I do think there is a hot challenge map somewhat equivalent to the cold one. yeah, it's more that people clash heads, or they you know, they maybe stoop to head or something and get kicked in the head and stuff like that. Spoonwood. That's most often how head injuries occur, but it's not very unusual in football, unfortunately. Yes, it's the effect of competitiveness of moving for the ball. It is these days very rarely that there's a fist fight. Alright, let's deliver our 3 lovely suits. Which is very exciting. We'll also provide some power for this. We do have quite a lot of liquid chlorine in here. I am hoping... What does liquid chlorine vaporize at? Properties. Oh, minus 34. That's fine then. So that should vaporize quite merrily before we start worrying about pumping stuff out. Ooh. Yes, absolutely. I would say exactly like that, Spoonwood. Not really the idea, but equally, it's a competitive... Oh, tackling in American football. Well, I mean, that's a whole other thing. I also just like... There's maybe something that I don't understand about tackling in American football. I like American football. I watch quite a lot of American football. But every time I watch it, I'm just like, why can't you people tackle? You know, why isn't someone just hiring a rugby coach to teach them how to tackle properly? Like, both in ways that are more effective, so you actually stop the person you're attempting to tackle, and that are less dangerous. Like, I really don't understand why Oh, we're starving again. Sorry. While I'm thinking about American football, we're starving. I don't understand why nobody has ever just been like, oh, maybe I should hire someone from this sport where they attack each other all the time. I don't have any thimble reed. I sheared 3 Dreckos that we got out of the pod. And since we got 3 Dreckos out of the pod, we can make 3 suits. It's very exciting. Yes, we'll be able to grow thimbleweed at some point, but currently it's still way too cold. Can I find a suitable shovel to murder? This one. They don't have very many calories left. They only have 6% reproduction. I've dug a little bit of swamp. We definitely have some thimbleweed. There's one here. Remember how I didn't get locavore? Because I planted a thimbleweed. Death. There we go. Yeah. So, yeah, but yeah, it's just one of my things about American football. It's like, there's literally a sport where people also, you know, tackle quick-moving, enormously big and powerful men to the ground and don't constantly break themselves. I mean, the other thing I don't understand is how any competitive sport can leave its players sat on a bench when it's like snowing out and stuff like that and just put them in a coat and be like, oh yeah, you can just go and run and there's no way you'll injure yourself. It's like, I'm sorry, do you have any idea how like anatomy works? Of course they're going to injure themselves. They have to keep their muscles warm and working. But like, you very occasionally see someone running on a bike. Sorry, now I'm just on a whole rant about the failures of American football sports science, which probably no one cares about, but there you go. Max rant for today is the failures of American football sports science. So, yes. Unreachable food, unpermitted food. No, it's alright, it's alright. Pera is here, grilling away. Amazing. I wonder, you know how I normally put airflow tiles beneath the kitchen to counteract the carbon dioxide pooling in these things? That's what happens when you put an athletic sport in the hands of the economy. I mean, no, because that doesn't make any sense. Like, I have some respect for rugby, as nobody shouts at the ref in that game, but I don't understand, nor have I ever tried to understand American football. Tactically, it's quite interesting, actually, Dr. Trophonius. As a tactical game, it's quite an interesting game, and certainly some of the athletes are amazing athletes. But there's also quite a lot of just quite a lot of nonsense that goes on. And I don't know if I agree about it being in the hands of the economy, because you would have thought that, like... I mean, unless you accept that it gives the lie to the ideal that the market will... tactically American football's really interesting, Spoonwood, I agree. But yeah, maybe it just does give that final lie to the idea that the market will work things out for itself, because you would have thought someone might have noticed that, you know, there were gains to be made here. So the history is also interesting because it was made because the men at universities that didn't go to war were being made fun of for being soft. I didn't know that, Okayim. That is indeed interesting. The teams are all owned by rich people who don't care about the players so much, so long as they can play. I agree, Chthonic One. That is, I mean, there's definitely some problems, right? This is broken, so it's time to fix the toilets. There's definitely some problems with the fact that, you know, American football makes a huge amount of profit, and that mostly doesn't go to the players. There's some really amazing stats about how... what an average earning for an NFL player is and things like that. And like the average career length and things like that is pretty interesting. But I think the bigger problem for me with American football particularly is that the profit making doesn't make any sense. Because if you win, you're going to make a good profit. And like, if you have amazing assets, you want to protect them. And like, some of the players are obviously amazingly marketable assets. And yet, they don't seem to do like the super simple, like, you know, my gym teacher at school would have known that we needed to do these things to keep people healthy whilst playing a sport stuff, you know, and that just seems completely outrageous to me. It just, you know, I always think of Team Sky and the British cycling thing. Leave aside the potential drugs and in all that stuff in cycling. You know, they all talked about the doctrine of marginal gains and all of that. The idea that you can make very small changes to make an enormous impact. And they were definitely right about that. You can tell because, you know, all the other teams have largely adopted their tactics now, which is cool. But, like, somehow the people who work in American football, despite being really, really good tacticians, just haven't possibly thought about it. It's so weird. It's so weird. Occam says that they ran into each other ruthlessly in order to prove they were just as tough. These are rather than the men who went to war, and that is partly why it's bonkers. I mean, that would make some sense. There's definitely a certain amount of refusal to consider, like, certain fairly simple health concerns. What was the other thing I was thinking? I had another thought. I mean, also the culture around it, like both within the teams and without, is completely horrendous. Like, people have very weird ideas. Your dupe is a live life of steel. You are still a cook as well as an operator, but we do have another cook now, so you don't have to cook so much. But you do still do some of our cooking. Here you are. You're still chilly. My dupes are trying hard to pick up all the carbon dioxide. We're sort of setting up for there to be oxygen, so we're going to do a big sweep in a minute. Yes, gaseous chlorine. The water that we're slowly bringing in from the cool slush is pushing the liquid chlorine into gaseous chlorine. We could still do with this going off, because obviously it'll be a lot warmer and it'll be a lot more water. But this is sort of coming towards being able to use some, produce some piped oxygen. Right, now, who is our cook? It was Pera, wasn't it? Pera, come and put on a snazzy suit. Because you are also likely to be in the base a lot. So other duplicants can look at you wearing a lovely snazzy suit and feel a bit better about it. There we go. So you and Emily have the snazzy suits. Chlorine in the base. I don't think I have too much chlorine in the base. We do need to do a good liquefiable sweep before we put any hot gases in. But no, we've got some gaseous chlorine down here. It was, as you see, it is currently a layer of liquid chlorine, but it's slowly becoming gaseous chlorine due to us raising the temperature just a tiny bit. What about the temperature in the base? The temperature in the base Life of Steel is still bloody freezing. Quite frankly. Who's starving? Who knows? Somebody? Pera. I mean, Pera's the cook. I mean, I don't have any food for Pera to cook at the minute, it looks like. So it might be murdering shovel time again. Ooh, unless, has that Hatch had an egg? Hatch. Why do you hate me, Hatch? You're 60. Have a goddamn egg. So I can kill you. Ugh. Right. Alright. Let's find a shovel. No. Oh, this one's starving and only has a reproduction of 12%. How will I increase the temperature? I'm going to pipe hot oxygen into the base. Life of Steel. That is how I'm going to increase the temperature. I'm going to pipe 80-degree oxygen into the base. Pretty much. These pipes here, they're going to fill this base up with oxygen. I mean, we have oxygen, but we have some room, and also the duplicants will, of course, breathe the oxygen, as they are wont to do. Yeah, no, so we're gonna use this. Rebuilding all of the natural tiles that are inside the base with base tiles would heat things up much quicker, but would wreck your natural tile plans. You can pump liquid around the base. I mean, we've only got a tiny bit of dirt left. They can have it for now. The minimum temperature for a constructed tile is 15 degrees, if I recall correctly. I mean, this constructed tile appears to be minus 116.3. Or do you mean when you construct them? Testing. The problem with pumping liquid round Life of Steel is that you need... Well, it's been sitting there, silly. Alright then. Is that you need to be able to add heat into that loop somewhere to stop it from chilling in the pipes. Testing is correct. Yes, I was aware that when you constructed tiles, they were warmer. But the only ones I've chosen to remove just at the minute are the ones that are carbon dioxide. Well, we're using the steam vents for things. I mean, they're also... This one's on. But, yeah. I'm not very worried about that. We're going to use oxygen. I mean, I have a heat source. I'm not too worried about it yet. We're going to have a heat source. I do also have a steam vent. Spoonwood. Once more. Pronouns they, them. Yes, but we do have a steam vent. We have quite a lot of heat around that we could tap into if necessary. Right. What? Oh, hush. Let's continue to build some of these pipes out so that we can pump in the oxygen. We'll leave that one. I mean, to be fair, one of the reasons to we'll just get rid of that. One of the reasons to tile is so that I can hide pipes in them, to be honest. That would be a reason to tile. But we'll worry about that as we move along. Yeah, we don't have loads of gold. We'll build them out of copper. It'll be fine. Ooh, hang on. What am I doing here? Crown moulding. Deconstruct. That's what I want. Excellent. We're still pottering through some research. We are out of dirt again. So we will see how that works out. I'm amazed that they completely refuse to move these suits from there to there, but you know, whatever. It'll be fine. Yeah, we're slowly getting some warmth in here. Which is pretty funny, because this is obviously minus 18. Oh, well. Right, I'm going to get a drink, and I'll be right back. Give me 1 second, chat. Right then, chat, we're back. Drinks provided. Did I leave this running? That's not ideal. Well, we seem to have survived. I'm enjoying the pod, not being able to work out how warm it is. Let's give Pera a extra skill point there. An extra skill point. Right, I think we're going to deconstruct this because we're not going to have any more reed fibre for quite a little while. And once this is deconstructed, we might put a skill scrubber in so we can scrub Okeim here. That one. This is interesting. We've actually, it must be a bit warmer here because this is running for longer and longer each time I fix it. So it still breaks and it's going to break just on cue, but we're definitely getting a bit more life out of this as we do it. Let's do that, and then we need to sever it off again at the other end so that we can have the water flow nice and easily. We could, because this is rotating all the time, we could consider making this loop like granite or something and see if we can use the heat. But I don't know. I worry if we do that, then the heat here will be very problematic. You see what I mean? We'd probably like to let that water out the other end before we we'd probably like to use this water, or that'll just break in the pipes as well. If you see what I mean? How are we getting on here? Not too badly. Right, let's give you a couple of vents. We're definitely... Okay, there's going to be all sorts of weird hollering, probably outside my window, since the football is on. So I anticipate a fairly massive amount of weird hollering that is probably going to happen. At this point. Am I going to... No, I'm not going to build that. I don't like that. That is not going to happen. Yeah, I anticipate much hollering. Got hooligans. No, I think we've just got people watching the telly. I don't think it's anything to be concerned about. But usually when there is a large football match on, even just one that involves an English team, not necessarily the England team, I do tend to hear some yelling. The Champions League the other year, when both Liverpool and Tottenham got through to the final, like the two semi-finals were just like a riot. Not obviously an actual riot, but just in terms of the amount of yelling that I could hear. That was pretty remarkable for what is in general quite a posh neighbourhood. So not somewhere that you usually hear people Well, at least I hope it's the football, because otherwise someone's being murdered. Quite frankly. It's either the football or someone is being murdered, so I hope it's the former. Okay, so we seem far enough through here to start wanting to think about trying to get rid of our carbon dioxide. I'm glad. I know someone was listening to me the other day, and they could hear like the sirens outside. So I'm glad that it's not coming through too much. Let's try and have a big sweep for liquefiables and just get the liquid fireballs. There's quite a lot of liquid fireballs, as you see. Let's try and have a nice big sweep and get everyone to concentrate on moving these out of the way as much as possible. We might wind up with some stuff still in the base, but not too much. Do I want any of these? You're narcoleptic. We don't need a decorator. You're not very exciting. Let's take some salt water. I think we've got a little bit of salt water knocking about now. We do. We have like 6 tons. So I think we're going to put that 6 tons quite soon in here for a drowning pit. I mean, we don't have need of a drowning pit yet, because if this becomes a starvation ranch, we have no interest in a drowning pit for it. The advantage of shovels. But if we start to ranch other things, then we might want a drowning pit for them. And we will use that salt water to fill this. We could also potentially put it in this, but I don't know whether it will... I think it'll just freeze in there. I don't think we can get enough mass in a liquid lock to have it survive. But 6 tons of salt water when we start warming this up might be fine. Life of Steel has a skill point. Well, Life of Steel is not going to use any more skill points, because they're already having a little struggle, because they've got this little extra one. Oh no, that was a child. Okay, that's what the shrieking is. It's not the football, it's a child. Fair enough. That's fine. So yes, that's absolutely fine as well. We don't care if when they pick up the liquefiable stuff, they drop it to the bottom of the map, because it's going to stay nice and cold here. So even if I do set up my sweeper system down here, we won't have to worry about picking up liquefiables and things like that. I will probably pick up like these things that are off-gassing, but we won't pick up the liquefiables from down here. They can stay. And we have this nice drop-off here so that they can just chuck all the carbon dioxide and stuff down to the bottom of the map and keep it out of the duplicant's way. It's going to take them a while. Ice goes in here. We might have an overflow at some point. Polluted ice goes in here. These all have drop-offs. Let's set them nice and high, because they're on sweep only anyway. They can definitely be set nice and high. So any ice or snow goes in here. Where was I putting the brine ice? I remember I did have... Oh, brine ice I think I'm just chucking in here, actually. Yes. There you go. So other things can go here, out the way. It should remain cool there for quite some time. We might have to move that when we open up our volcano a bit more. Have you had this egg? You've hatched. But this recalcitrant hatchling has still not had a hatch egg. Can you get on with that? I wish to murder you. We're starving again. How are we doing for food? 30 critters. We're doing pretty well now. You're glum. 36%, 24%. 77. You're starving. So we've got... Yeah. I think we'll kill this one that's starving. There we go. Even though it's 77, I don't... Oh, hang on. How about this one? No, that one's closer. That one we might get an egg out of before it starves. But this one we won't. So let's kill that one. There we go. And we'll have some more food. But yeah, there's a big sweep to be done here. So we might as well get started on it. I'm a bit worried about how much this might overflow. Oh, we don't have any dirt for that, so we need to dig up some dirt. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to deconstruct these three things. I think at 30 shovels, well, 29, but we might well get up to 30 shovels before they starve, because some of them will have tons and tons of calories still in their bodies. I think we're good to just delete those and concentrate on the dirt being for research for a bit. And we can always go back. Like, the good thing is we can always go back. Anything below 80 won't produce another egg once it has a red warning. I agree, Spoonwood. When you asked about how what the reproduction rate was on the last one that was starving, that made me sort of do it, and I was like, oh yes, I see what you're getting at there. You have a point. Hello, Kasukin. Welcome in today. I hope you're well. We are surviving rhyme, not rhyme. 100k challenge, just about. Yeah, sort of when you said it, it triggered it in my brain to be like, oh, yes, no, hang on. I understand why someone is asking me this question. So yes, this will be a little bit slow, obviously. What are we, what's that sweep errand on? Ice. Right. We, for sure, come here. Don't need to sweep any more of that ice. Cheers. I'm going to be putting more ice in there, not sweeping it. I think we need to, in fact, sever this connection for now. I don't want any more water coming out here. In fact, I'm going to sever it there. This can come out, since we're going to use some for research. But I don't want any more water coming up in here. In the short to medium term. Right, hang on. We also need to do this now, because we've used up the water in there. Because at some point, probably not all that far away, that ice is going to melt. And once it melts in here, we're going to have a little bit of an overflow problem. So we want to try and use some of that water up, which is a weird thing to say, but it's true. We kind of want to use some of that water up. I might even allow them to put it in the water coolers for a little minute. We'll keep an eye on it. But considering this is active again, so we're getting extra water coming up here, I think we might want to let them use the water coolers. We're also probably going to have to destroy this ice sculpture before we let this in. We might build, I tell you what we might do. What are we doing on the research? After we've done that, oh, we've nearly done this, that's cool. After we've done that, let's take the marble blocks as well, and we can put a marble block in to replace the ice sculpture in here. I'm afraid we might shortly be too warm for ice sculptures. Well, shortly-ish. Shortly in a bit, maybe, if we're lucky. We'll see. But you know, in general, there may come a time when we're when that is gonna no longer be a viable thing to have knocking around here. I think I saw somebody get a skill point. I did. I saw Okayim get a skill point. Okayim, you can have a better hat. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna give you a skill scrub, because you don't need to be a cook anymore. We've got Life of Steel, we've got Pera. They can be our cooks for us. What am I looking for? Stations. Always stations. Skill scrubber. Let's put a skill scrubber in here. Ooh. See, we're running a bit of power. We're going to have to change our power. Once I get some heat coming in here, I'm going to move on to trying to work out what we do with this. Someone come down and dig that out for me. But yes, if at any point the whole map heats up, the place I want the carbon dioxide explosion is down here. So I am doing very well, thank you, Kasukin. I was shattered when we started the stream, but I have recovered my energy, and we are having a lovely time. I'm really enjoying this 100k challenge map. It's very exciting. I'm having a good time with it. We do keep starving, which is a bit unfortunate, but you know, such is life. I mean, I'm very mad at you, Hatch. Are you ever going to have an egg? And what is your body temperature like, Hatchling? Are you going to boil? You are quite warm. You could move up here. You don't have to stand in the water. Oh, whatever. I hope you're also well, Kasukin, and having a lovely day. Why we're so stressed because I don't feed them. So I was like, why are we so stressed? Oh yeah, I remember. I never feed them enough. See, now we've only got 29 again. I don't really want to murder one. I'm gonna have to. Unless I want to murder the pips. I don't really want to murder the pips either. What about you lot? Are you having eggs anytime soon? No. No, it doesn't look like. Nobody's having eggs for it anytime soon. Right, let's see if we can find one to murder. You are 7 cycles. Oh, can they not even jump 1? Ohms? Intermittent fasting. Absolutely, that is what's going on here, testing. So you got 7 cycles left, which gives you 14%, which is pretty close. So you might get an egg out. What else have we got around here? This one's glum, but that one hasn't laid an egg, so we no longer want to murder the young ones. No, Squeakers, this is definitely a problem. It's good to see you today. I mean, you can starve, but your duplicants do die. So there's that. Right, I think we're going to murder this one. This one's definitely not going to get an egg out in time. So let's attack that one. So they should lay an egg at about, I think it's about 11 cycles. How long until your first duplicant starves? A little while. Let's have a look at RKM. RKM, how much food you got? Just over a cycle. Yeah, so these use, what is it, 500 calories a day do they use a cycle? No, 1,000 a cycle. Right, if their calories reach none, they die. What is homeostasis? Chat? What is this thing on their calories? Does anyone know? Why is it minus 0.1 a cycle? What? Oh, this must be something from the update. Yes. Yes, they generally eat up to 3,000 calories, so they have some stretch time. As long as you feed them, they have some stretch time. The problem we have is that I keep not feeding them. In biology, homeostasis is the state of steady internal physical and chemical conditions maintained by living systems. This is the condition of optimal functioning for the organism and includes many variables such as body temperature and fluid balance, being kept within certain preset limits, homeostatic range. Other variables include the pH of extracellular fluid, the concentrations of sodium, potassium and calcium ions, as well as that of the blood sugar level. And these need to be regulated despite changes in the environment, diet or level of activity. Each of these variables is controlled by one or more regulators or homeostatic mechanisms, which together maintain life. I mean, that's lovely, but it doesn't tell me why it shows on the duplicants. That looks like a new thing. Looks like they now burn calories to return to normal. Thank you both for the answers. it has helped. There we go. So now they'll have some food for a little bit. Hopefully we can continue to up the shovel population just a little bit, but we might struggle. We might be largely at the limits of our shovel population now. Unless I choose to feed them again. I mean, we could always feed them again in the future. Maybe after we've done all of the... See, I'm a bit worried that this baby will eventually boil. How old are you, baby? You're only 2. We'll have to see. In resume, the energy the body expends to keep all working properly, keep the internal temperatures and restrictions fine. Absolutely. I can't believe this hatch won't have an egg. Have an egg. Damn you. Right. How are we getting on with our sweep in here? Just looked at the wiki. Seems like that one got screwed again. Not again, but as well. It's extremely difficult to kill baby critters by heat or cold before they grow up, and then their body temperature resets. Fair enough, Chthonic one. Let us hope so. Because it would be unfortunate. How can we be starving? We have food. There we go. It would be unfortunate to boil this baby hatch. We're nearly done with our sweep, which is pretty good. Obviously, we'll still have some carbon dioxide, but we should view this carbon dioxide that remains as just like regular carbon dioxide, because it's just what the duplicants have been breathing out. So it's like not a big deal in terms of carbon dioxide. Oh, we have a skill scrubber. Who was I going to scrub? Is it Okayim? I think it is, isn't it? Let's check the skills. Yes, it's Okayim. Okayim doesn't need to be a cook anymore. They don't need the added stress of being a cook. We're doing really well for power here, considering. Oh no, now we've overloaded the circuit. We were always bound to overload it at some point. But, on the whole, we shouldn't be able to overload it. I have a perfectly good, How can I overload this circuit, chat? Isn't the whole point of having a power transformer that I can't overload my circuit? Oh, well, apparently I can just empty my coal generators. Do we have any coal left? Yeah, we still have coal. That's good. Is Okayim still in the skill scrubber as a point of interest, or did they have a break? I think they're still in the skill scrubber. Is there a battery on the circuit? There is not a battery in front of the Oh, there's this stupid battery. Right. Well done, chat. That was the answer. It's this stupid battery here. Residual battery from the dawn of time. That is what is causing the ability to overload. Let's destroy it. There we go. Sorted. What are you doing, Okayim, you strange duplicant, you? Printables. Lovely. What can we have? I don't want a farmer. I don't want a slow learning operator. Shall we have some iron or should we have a wood seed? I think we'll have some iron. Wood seed. There probably are some, like, in fact, I know there are some, because there were some, look, there were some Weezeworts that you could see when we got to the cold biomes, but then they immediately died afterwards. So we do have some wart seeds. Okay. They could be composted to dirt. I think I'll just take the iron, thanks. Oh, poor Okayim. They're going to be bouncing back and forth in this for ages, because it uses so much power. How are you all getting on? 29, so we managed to like have one extra, though it might be difficult to tell because some of them will be dying and stuff like that. What are you lot? Why are you all running about in the water? What is it you want to fetch? Oh, you don't have anything to do? Well then. That is a problem we can very easily fix, duplicants. You might regret wandering around pretending you didn't have anything to do. Because most certainly we're going to find you some stuff to do. Let's have a dig along here and see what we can see. Nothing to do. What a load of nonsense. Why does this one keep immediately just going to no power as soon as Okayim comes near it? Is it because we don't... As soon as they go near it, we overload the line, so it cuts out again? That's probably it, isn't it? What is this? No, not sweep. Oh, well, I suppose we've got a sweep on now. I don't really mind. Deconstruct that. Well, also, if you don't have anything to do, I would actually also like you to, you can sweep everything. We'll put it at like a 1. But I don't ever want to hear from you people that you don't have anything to do again, alright? Let's be clear. Got plenty of things to do. Let's say I go to the wiki page for critters and click the button that says video. Where do you people think it takes me? I think it takes you to an ad, OM5. That's where I think it takes you. Sorry, Ohms. I will remember at some point. For longer than like 10 minutes straight. But yes, I think it takes you to an ad. That would be my guess. How are we going on down here? So our diggers are doing a little bit of digging. Want to keep an eye out for oil reservoirs or other vents and geysers. We know that there is a vent or geyser over here, but that's quite a long way yet. Looks like there's one here, I would say. So let's build. No, let's dig over this way. Yes, that'll be fine. Let's have a little dig over there. Wow, that would be messed up in a different way. Okay, what way is it messed up in then? Oh, look what we have entirely unexpectedly discovered. There's an oil reservoir just here. That's nice. Okay, so we found 2 oil reservoirs. I sort of assume there's only 3, but like in a regular oil biome, but I don't necessarily have any proof of that. We're going to do the plastic and the pixel packs and stuff. And now that we have researched that, I'm going to demolish this and put a marble statue in there. Again, The reason I don't normally build the 2 width statues, I know the marble blocks are prettier, but the reason I don't usually build the 2 block statues is because you get a better bonus from having 2 regular statues stood next to each other than having the marble one. What is all of this that they can't... Oh, it's eggs. Oh, well, that's cool. Let us cancel... Oh, I can't do it. That's fine. They can't sweep the eggs, which is excellent, because I don't want them to sweep them anywhere. We have more unreachable food. Hatch! Hatch. Laying an egg! Ha! Ha! Death. Death to you. Congratulations on becoming a parent. Death. Right, so now we want to build the marble block. Yeah, we'll have a granite one. I can't really imagine why you'd want an obsidian one instead of a granite one, but, you know, who knows. How are you doing, Emily? You're hungry, but you can't reach any food. Well, we are going to have some hatch meat, maybe? I don't know what's happened to the hatch meat. You didn't let the other hatch eat it. Can't eat all that meat simultaneously. Where is it? Is it in the grill? No? Where is the hatch meat? It takes you to a playlist about things like Falcon and the Winter Soldier episode 5 review, and Daisy, Riddles Talks Chaos Working, and Ray and Baby. Why would someone do that? I have no idea. What happened to that meat? Did we eat it immediately? Is that what happened to the meat? Oh, well, okay. Nobody's starving just yet. There we go. We have a nice marble block. But the other advantage of marble blocks, like ice sculptures, is that they provide enough decor for this to be a great hall just by existing. They don't need to be sculpted. So that's a thing to keep in mind if you are wondering about how to get the bonus. I was so excited to murder that hatch, and apparently it made no difference. Which, you know, seems sad to me. You pips are doing alright up here? Well done. I can't really answer why someone would do that. I mean, the ad structure, like the ad or other video, other content structure on the wiki is, like, quite intrusive, I would say. And that's true of all Gamepedia wikis. Oh, it's not an ad. That's very weird. But they do have a bunch of other random content on the sort of Gamepedia wikis, which I do not understand. There we go. We have a masterpiece, which does now put out more decor than the ice did. Why are you picking up ice? What are you doing with it? This is supposed to be on sweep only. It is on sweep only. Oh, I've done that again, haven't I? Right. I see. I see what has happened here. Stop picking up the ice. If it's from the main wiki, that's really weird. Yeah, just stop picking up the ice here. We have no need for you to pick up the ice. Okay, cool. I think I've fixed that. The ice can stay there for a bit. They changed the URL. Oh. Well, Gamepedia got bought or something by Fandom, and they're the ones messing it up. They changed the URL ages ago. I see. I haven't necessarily paid attention to that, but that makes sense. That makes the sense of all the random stuff that I see on the wiki. Well, we're back up to 30, so... But now they changed to layout as well. Oh, to something barely usable on a good day. That is disappointing. Is all I can say. Not necessarily surprising, but disappointing. Right, what have we got here? Some sort of geyser, because we can't see what we've got here. Let's have a dig in this bit to find out what we've got here. Otherwise, I think we'll just carrying on. Oh, it literally changed to day, did it? Hang on, let me look at it today. Oh. Oh, yes, I see. What the... Yeah, no, it's even worse. So... How is there water by your saltwater geyser? I have no idea. I assume that some ice must just have spawned in here. But I don't know why ice would have spawned in here. There isn't really a clear reason why ice would have spawned. If you see what I mean. So that is certainly something that I've been like, I don't understand. Oh, we have a leaky... Ooh. We have a leaky oil fisher. Is it a custom seed? It shouldn't be. No, you do need the 100k mod, Kisukin. If you do seed, you should be able to get the seed, actually. So you would need the 100k mod. But I did not use any world generation or anything. That's hot. Exactly, testing. You will need the 100k challenge mod. But if you do... have it, I think that the seed should work if you wanted to be on the seed. I think what happens is that salt water freezes to ice and maybe salt when it heats up via the salt water to the geyser and it becomes water. Maybe. You might be correct there. I saw it earlier when we first uncovered it and was like a bit weirded out about where the water came from, but suddenly Slickster biome. Absolutely. We never have a proper use for a leaky oil fisher. But if we open this, we're going to have hot oil, which is slowly going to turn our very cold oil biome into a hot biome. That will mean we need to do a couple of things to make sure that we're nice and safe down here. But, and like I probably can't have a lead auto sweeper and things. You'll get frozen crude oil initially. Yes, quite possibly. But you know, there's quite a lot of... This has got to be the only time I've opened a leaky oil fisher and been like, ooh, a leaky oil fisher. That could actually be useful. So I'm quite excited. Oh, there you go. The hatches managed to jump out of the thing. It has grown up. It hasn't been boiled on the way. But we are starving again. So, shovels. 8.2. No, you're not going to make it, are you? What else have we got? 3.3. Oh, wow. You're very close. You're close. So I think this one is definitely not gonna a block of crude oil slowly growing in size and heat until one day, kapow! Yeah, I think this one is the one to murder right now. That's pretty funny. But yeah, no, it's just nice that like the fact that this is the sort of oil biome that it is means that we can open this and be like, ooh, Maybe that will do something exciting. Even if it doesn't turn out to be massively exciting, you know. Just the idea that a leaky oil fissure could be exciting. That's one of the things I like about the different maps, actually. No, we don't miss any dirt. Kisukin, we had loads of dirt. I fed it all to shovels. The map is absolutely fine for dirt, but yeah, I fed it to shovels. That's what happened to our dirt. Excuse the sneezing. Yeah, we had plenty of dirt, but then I fed it all to shovels. Are we cooking? Why is nobody cooking? No, Okayim isn't a cook anymore. Oh, have you been successfully skill scrubbed, Okayim? You have. We could bake some slime. We could also do some composting. Like, there's a couple of things we can do. Where is Life of Steel and, well, there you go. You should go and cook. Because you literally are our cook. Like, you're even wearing the hat. There you go. This should deal with the starvation fairly soon. Excellent. Oh, Life of Steel is having a massage. Assumably because they were upset about the whole fact that they were starving. We could bake some slime. Absolutely. We have a steam vent up here. We could take all our slime and dump it round the steam vent. Or round one of the 3 carbon dioxide vents. Or 2 hydrogen vents. So, yeah, we could. There's a couple of things we could do there, certainly. Can't necessarily see another place. Does dug up slime turn to dirt if heated enough? I believe so, yes. But we could also use whatever algae we have left. Why are we still starving? I mean, we're still cooking though. While we're still cooking, I'm not worried about us starving. Oh, we can have some hatchling eggs. That's interesting. I know I don't have it set for them to dig up your leaky oil fissure. Again, I like to be in control of my heat. I want to do a few things in the oil biome before I'm prepared to add heat to it. In general. So I think we're definitely going to take the hatchling eggs. The question is whether we make omelette or whether we take them down here to live with these hatches. I think we probably make omelette, to be fair. I think we'll leave them here for a minute and if necessary we'll make omelette. That's probably a good way to do it. Excellent. So people's stress is getting sorted out. They've still got plenty of sweeping to do inside the base, but the most important sweeping is done. We're still struggling to keep thermal mass here. But that's not really a surprise, considering this is so cold to begin with. Neo. Go and eat some barbecue. Neo. Yeah, this is another thing where I'm just like, I'd like to control the heat for myself. Previously in ONI, the most important resource and difficult to make is filtration medium. This time we didn't have regolith and crusher and need to cook other materials to obtain sand. That can be a pain. Not having enough sand is a pain. I also haven't actually been offered at any point poke shells. We've been offered all the other critters. We haven't necessarily been able to take them or keep them alive, but I don't think I've been offered any poke shell, which is worth noting. I'm gonna dig along here as well. so that we can see the bottom. So this one will allow us to see up here, and then this one can let us see further down. Okay, and what happened to your hat? Oh, I skill scrubbed you. Oh god, hang on. I forgot that skill scrubbing didn't just remove the skill that I wanted it to remove, but actually removed everything. To become a mechatronics engineer, okay. That is lovely. Let's have a little look at your priorities. Yes, you are now set to be a true mechatronics engineer. Excellent. I apologise for forgetting to re-skill you. Let's deconstruct this. So we should be kind of reaching the sort of stage where these start dying by themselves, and then we don't have to go in and murder them all the time. It might take a little while, but let's have a look. 7, 8. They never seem to be dying more than like 8. Where are they getting the food from? Oh, there's one here that's dying in like 2.2. So, I mean, we are getting towards the point where they don't need killing. Where's that one that's 2.2? Where did you go? There you are. No, this one. Oh, this one's really close though. I kind of don't want to kill it. I want to let it see if it can sort itself out and magically have a egg. What about this 8.8 here? Where have you gone? There you are. Shovel? No, you'll definitely have an egg, so we don't want to kill you. (9.9) Probably not. This one's even less likely. Let's murder this one. But yes, we should soon reach the point where they're actually starving. And then they will... I just want to keep an eye on this. Oh, is all that ice melted already? No. No, there's still 23.7 tons here. Plus. That's why I am prepared to allow them to use the goddamn... What's it? I mean, the other thing is that this should be providing some heat, right? Heat. No, it's still really cold in here. It's kind of amazing. How are we getting on down here? Can we see anything we want to go and dig for? Not that I can see necessarily. I wonder if there's a, I wonder if one of these carbon dioxide bits are the, third oil reservoir. It's hard to tell. The goddamn what's it? Technical term. Absolutely. Absolutely the technical term. Yes, so we're gonna carry on having an explore, because there's also this geyser over here that we'd like to go and investigate. So yes. Wow. Cool. Alright. This is going reasonably well. When are you active again? Still not for 20 cycles. Oh my god. How much longer are you active? About 40 cycles. What about you? When do you come back on? Very soon. So that'll produce some heat around here. But otherwise, I think we're just going to carry on digging out in the oil biome and waiting for the time when we can input oxygen to the base. While they do a sweep and, you know, do some digging, sort some stuff out. It's not going too badly. As I say, I'm probably just going to put oxygen in, and I'm probably not going to seal everything up. What we might do at some stage is force some people to come this way, so they have to put on suits if we want them to do certain things, but otherwise we're going to be quite relaxed about it. This is quite exciting, the way it's making liquid chlorine down here. Have we got anything else that we want to dig out apart from these things in the oil biome? Have we got any other geysers that we don't know, that we know about but we don't know what they are, rather than that we don't know about? Not necessarily that we can see. We've got quite a good big salt biome here. There is probably a forest or sandstone biome over here. My money's on forest from the colour. You like the chlorine geysers? They're quite cool. They're definitely ones that are sometimes useful, which is nice. We don't have to have ones that are always great, but it is nice to have some that are at least, you know, sometimes useful, that sometimes you open them up and are like, oh cool, actually there are things I can do with this. That would be nice. No, we can't see any other vents or anything that we don't know about yet. So we'll just carry on having a dig. We do know loads of this map. I really like that you can just bash it open. That's just great. I'm surprised they don't want to dig in here instead. That their pathing doesn't say that this is closer. It's obviously going to be a bit of a thing, isn't it? What is the use of a chlorine geyser? Decontamination? Keeping squeaky puffs? If you need bleach stone for things? There's a couple of things that you might want to build that require bleach stone, like the hand sanitizer, which you might want if you have water troubles, or the if you want to do masses of morale, the hot tub requires it. Hot tub is what I was thinking, yes, testing. So yeah, there are things that require it. What have we got over here? We've got a lot of igneous. Fair enough. Yes, and you might want to ranch squeaky puffs. Maybe you just want to ranch squeaky puffs. I mean, they're not my favourite sort of puffs to ranch, but you know. Also, decontamination is pretty useful. So, yeah, I don't mind them. And as I say, they don't have to, like, it doesn't have to be every game that I'm like, oh, I could really do with decontaminating this water or these fluids. Even if it's just sometimes, that, in my mind, makes the geyser worth existing, you know? It's like I don't always use the hydrogen ones. But actually, the hydrogen ones, sometimes you're like, oh, I could use that extra hydrogen. I can build the stuff. I can do it. That's quite cool. I'm not entirely sure what to do with the carbon dioxide ones. I suppose we do want to feed Slicksters, but again, I don't think we're going to have any problem feeding Slicksters once we can heat up the carbon dioxide. But I have tried to use them. Why is there some random obsidian in here? Oh, moose, that's true. You might want to ranch gassy moose. You might want to keep your Dreckos in chlorine to grow balm lilies. You might want to feed your Dreckos balm lilies. Because maybe you're keeping them for meat rather than particularly for their hides. Or maybe you're just not very interested in, you know, having them regrow their hide. You're happy to just shear them once and then wait until you use them for meat. You can use balm lily for that, which you might want the chlorine to grow them in. Just thinking of all the random things that I could do with one now. I mean, I never really want to keep my Dreckos on balm lilies because I like them to regrow their coats I'm going to go to all the trouble of keeping them. But you know, balm lilies are a lot easier to feed them than mealwood, because like because then you can keep the whole ranch in chlorine rather than needing to have a split gas like you do with a mealwood and shearing ranch, where you need hydrogen and oxygen. And yeah, there was something else, but I forgot what it was. Oh, you use ore scrubbers. I've literally never built an ore scrubber in my life, Kasukin. That is very interesting. Yes, I've never built an ore scrubber. So yeah, you see, you can come up with loads of reasons to build them. Oh yeah, that was the other thing about using balm lilies rather than mealwood, is the temperature's so much easier. Because also the Dreckos like to be hotter than mealwood like to be. So you have to work out a way to balance two temperatures if you want to feed them mealwood and have them grow. Also, you just might not want them to turn into plastic Dreckos. I mean, I don't understand why you wouldn't want them to turn into plastic Dreckos, but you might not want them to. Huh, it's just a random bit of obsidian. I wonder why. Usually get them when, like, they're near a hot bit, but obviously near a hot bit is not a thing that we have to think about in this map. I mean, it is quite nice that I don't have to go along the whole abyssalite layer and check for the bits that are too hot. That makes a nice change. The other interesting thing is there aren't point of interest buildings down here. What time is it? Yeah, there aren't... You know how in regular oil biomes you always get the point of interest buildings that spawn? We don't seem to have them, which is quite interesting. Chlorine from a chlorine gas vent is cooler than the scalding point, and also warmer than freezing temperature, so it could get used for heating or cooling if you don't mind its weak thermal conductivity. This is what happens when you get a bunch of ONI players in a room and ask a question about what could I use this for? They think about it obsessively for the next half an hour, and you get a whole range of answers. Yes, we do seem very short of point of interest buildings. There's this one up here. Do you get the gravitas building, Spoonwood? I am happy for this to be a spoiler. Will there be a gravitas building? Like, I'm surprised that table exists. Fair enough. Might be because of the ocean. Maybe. Who knows? Ah, now we've got 4 broken insulated pipes. I thought that might be the case. Our sinks are breaking again, which is not okay. Back into the... not that. Deconstruct. Back into here. Let's fix this. Having... Oh, these are full. Well, that's not ideal either. We might have to think of something to do about that. These are nearly full as well. Right. Get deconstructed. Get reconstructed. Get severed. Get joined. No gravitas building. Ah. Let's build this back in And I would like to build. Where can I put it? Right, we're going to put it here. Going to build a plumbing. That was a lot more of an answer than I expected. Thank you, everyone. You are more than welcome. As I say, when there's not loads and loads going on in game, and we are in a bit where we're sort of waiting for stuff to happen, you're bound to get people who are just like, oh, a thing I can think about. No, not having a machinist who can't dig. Don't need a decorator. I don't want a flatulent. Let's have some brine. Look, they're cooking again. I haven't killed any shovels. So that means these shovels are starting to successfully starvation ranch. Which is what we want to see. Lovely. Yes, I want you to build these. Which is what you two are on your way to do, isn't it? I see you. Very well done, Okayim and Kaylee. And then I want you to pour all that polluted water in here. That's quite a matter of urgency, actually, because I don't really want all this polluted oxygen in my base. Thank you. So if you can sort that out, that would be nice. Excellent. So there we go. Oh, yeah, don't bother disinfecting it. This is not something that we're going to care about you disinfecting. Also, you're disinfecting these toilets. No, I don't think you are, because, like, all the, germs on them die pretty much straight away, but we'll set them to not be disinfected anyway. How long till you come back on? 17 cycles. That's quite a long time. How is this going? We haven't really discovered anything super exciting down here. So we'll carry on. At some point we're going to dig up here as well for this. Love them. Look how far away it is. Ah, well. Do we? Yeah, we're slightly off centre. Yes, actually we're quite a lot off centre. That would explain why we were. Yes. Still thinking about chlorine. How are you doing? You haven't had any eggs recently, so I can't murder you. But we do have 10,000 calories of barbecue at the minute. We do have some starving shovels. How many shovels have we got currently? 31. So not too bad. This should be right on the verge. Well, this should be easily a sustainable population once all the first generation eggs hatch. So if there are any first generation eggs, which I don't know, I should definitely get that critter naming mod. Yes, it does include the eggs. But if there are any first generation eggs, we should only need like we can do a thing. We can do a thing. Let's do a thing quickly. Let's get them to build one of these. We can check. Oh, we can do this for counting. There are 18 grown ones. I talk more about this because I see a lot of people using farms to produce food. Some plants are gas sensitive, but with ranches it's fine. Absolutely. Critters don't care about gas. I agree. I like critters very much. They're very gentle. Yeah, so we have 18 actual critters, which would mean, what was that? 13 eggs. So the dependency will be on how many of these are first generation eggs. But I think that to feed our current population, we need no more than 20 critters. And I think we don't even need 20. So, yeah, 18 critters and 13 eggs. We'll leave that there just so we can see. Let's check. This is in a starvation ranch, Kasukin. So, a starvation ranch works where the shovels lay an egg every... They reproduce themselves. So a life cycle of a shovel is about 11 cycles, I think. No, it's less. I think they lay an egg at 11 cycles and then they starve, which takes like 10 cycles. So their life cycle is about 21 cycles. If that helps. Now, I've got a pain in my arm where I had my jab. I don't know if it's incidental that it's where I had my jab, considering that was like, what, a week ago? 2 weeks ago now? No, a week ago. But I have got a slight twinge in my arm. But it could be entirely coincidental. Let's get to this wall. Vaccine. Shot. Yes, absolutely. I had my... that's the 5G's taking hold. It could be testing. 21 cycles. 2/3 of production becomes food. Something... No, you don't need that many, Kasukin. That is definitely not correct. Because we were... So the reason I was using 25 was because when we did the 100 Jeep challenge, we put 100 in each 32 person base that we built. And that was more than enough. Yes, I had my second dose of the coronavirus vaccine. We had the AstraZeneca one, so we needed 2 doses, and I had my second dose last weekend. It was very difficult for me to tell if I had any side effects because I was so incredibly hungover that I wouldn't have noticed. But I suspect I did not have any. Apart from a tiny bit of a sore arm. So yes, I am fully jabbed up, which is quite exciting. It was also very useful for Partner on their business trip because it meant that they didn't have to quarantine when they got there, which is pretty cool. Because obviously we are once again the sick man of Europe and nobody wants to let us in, which I can completely understand. I mean, I don't want to let us in at the best of times, to be honest, if I was another nation. But nonetheless, we have not necessarily covered ourselves in glory recently, though we are doing very well with our vaccine campaign. So, I mean, that is something to bear in mind, I guess. Are any of you going to die pretty soon? Yes, 0.07 cycles. One of those was dead in 0.07 cycles. So that'll do it. Grins in American. Well, I mean, yeah. We would consider it very difficult to be, very different to be like the sick man of the world versus just being the sick man of Europe, you know. It's a whole other level that you guys go to over there. But you know, apparently we have currently a government that would really like to emulate your previous administration, which, quite frankly, I would like to beat my head against quite dramatically. Possibly with a spike attached. But what can you do? I mean, vote, obviously, but I went and did that. I have done that bit. Just before anyone says, you have to vote. I did. Did definitely vote. But our opposition is even more fractured and incompetent than the Democrats, which goes some, I think. Quite impressive. The 100k challenge exactly is that this map is 100 Kelvin, Kisukin. So, oh, I saw a bit there that was sort of perfect. I think actually this, 103.8 degrees C, is pretty much exactly 100 Kelvin. So when you start, you're looking at 100 Kelvin pretty much everywhere. Like the pod, when you spawn, is like about 20 degrees, but that's like literally like the little tiny tiles. And your bit around you is like minus 50 C, minus 70 C, and then as soon as you get out of the little bit inside around you, it goes directly to proper 100 degree Kelvin temperatures. So yes, that was the challenge, was that the map was incredibly cold when we started. Building broken. Of course that pipe's broken. When is that pipe not broken? Let's check. All right. Hello. I would very much like there to be water in my toilets, because I've noticed that duplicants get a bit grumpy when there isn't. I like the way that it'll fill the sinks, but then it won't carry on to fill the toilets. What is the breakpoint here, and why does it matter? Yes, luckily cold does not kill your duplicants. I mean, they get hypothermia, but they don't die, you know. Which is why this is doable, as opposed to, say, a one that was set to be as unfeasibly hot as this is unfeasibly cold. Mostly it makes them grumpy, and you can't really grow any food. Or ranch any food, which is why we've got shovels out the pod, even though I mostly hate them. Well, I mostly think they're stupidly overpowered. Because regardless of their being stupidly overpowered, you know, they do live in these temperatures, and we had to have something that we could have live in this temperature. Indeed. Now, I know that other people are of my opinion that they're stupidly overpowered, but again, sometimes you're doing a ridiculous challenge map and, you know, stupidly overpowered is the thing that you need. Right, one of them died. So we should shortly have food again. Which is nice. Ooh. Shovels are very annoying. We will also, if we have any problems, be able to murder a generation of Pacu again. We have Pacu eggs again, so that's good. It's a good thing to note. Right then, chat. I'm going to look in this vent anal geyser here, and then I'm going to head off, because I start to be tired. Not like super tired, but like I've talked a lot, and I've been live for quite a long time by my standards, and having a little rest might be nice. My generation was murdered, absolutely. I mean, at least you were allowed to procreate before you were murdered, Spoonwood. I mean, that's what they need to think. After all, genetic lineage doesn't care if you are murdered as soon as you can, as soon as you have procreated. Well, I mean, to be fair, it would like you to raise your young to be self-sustaining, but as the young of critters on oxygen not included are immediately self-sustaining, that isn't really a problem. We have 1 hatch egg and 2 hatches. Bye, Kasukin. Thank you for stopping in today. I hope you have a lovely rest of your day, and I will be back tomorrow for a special Sunday stream where we'll be carrying on with this. So, have a good one. Lovely. So, we're also getting to the edge here, which is good. There'll be another good thing to have achieved to see all of that. I mean, theoretically we'd need a doctor at some point, but I don't want a loudsleeper. These 2 are rubbish. Wart seeds it is. So yeah, I just want them to have a little dig in there and find out what that is. I mean, it is a bit of a problem for them because they're having to run quite a long way, and obviously they don't have suits. Soon, duplicants, you will have suits. I mean, not that soon, but reasonably soon. Probably in about 25 cycles, I'd say. Maybe only 20 cycles, considering we are managing to build a bit of thermal mass here from the from this. A little bit. So yeah, probably about 25 cycles until we can turn the electrolyzer on, which will be nice. And look on the bright side, I built you a fire pole that runs from space to the oil biome. I mean, what more could you want, duplicants? What more could you in fact want? Are you going to get there? You are going to get there. Why are you doing this one? You see how these are all priority 6? And those aren't? What does that suggest to you? Life of Steel. I'm not sure they're going to be able to do this. Let's open it all the way and drop the regolith to the core. Well, that would be one way of heating it. That would certainly be one way of heating it up. We also wouldn't have to worry about the potential carbon dioxide explosion because we'd just vent everything out the top of the map. Wouldn't have to worry about popped eardrums at all. Let's see how much digging they can... They can't get very much done before they have to run back again. Right, I'm going to call it there, I'm afraid, chat. We're going to have a look at this tomorrow. We're going to get this going tomorrow. But yes, I will be back tomorrow about the same time as normal. So that's between 2 and 3 p.m. British summertime. During which we can enjoy the duplicants suffocating instead of starving. I think our food is almost stable. With the shovels and the pacu. We will shortly start providing oxygen, which will warm this up considerably. You're welcome, Squeakers. Thank you for stopping in. We will check this out. We might even have a few suits to maybe have a look at space. Thank you for being here testing. I hope you have a lovely time. Yes, if you are not following, follow the channel. The schedule might be a bit up and down in the next couple of weeks because I'm here on my own, partner is away, so it's always worth following for the possibility of extra streams, late streams, early streams, all of that sort of jazz. Also, if you'd like to support the channel, you can obviously tip or donate. There is excellent. I am glad you've got a random emote there. Enjoy, Max thinks. Later, Osanaki. Have a lovely time. Yes, you can tip or donate. There's a link on the page. I would really like to be able to work as little as is humanly possible and to do this instead and entertain you guys. Brain, you can also subscribe to the channel. That is always the best way to help us out. You can subscribe either directly, or you can use your Amazon Prime or Prime Gaming, which will allow you to subscribe without paying any additional money. But regardless, I hope you've had a lovely time. Thank you for watching, for lurking, for chatting, for helping me out, for all the subscriptions and bits, for the raids, especially to the McDutchmen, for bringing their community to me. And I hope to see you all tomorrow. Have a really great evening, everyone. I will see you soon. Bye.